Chapter 63, The World and Everyone in It. Winterfell, 294 AC. Ned sat in his study, contemplating the expansion of Wintertown. After speaking with some of the residents and receiving their encouragement, he and Luwin had reviewed the food situation. More people meant more food, and more food meant greater expense. With the trade deals that White Harbor was involved in, and Bear Island soon to join in, they would have more coin flowing into their coffers. However, Ned knew that investing in Wintertown and purchasing additional food would take time before they saw any tangible benefits. This weighed heavily on his mind. He was accustomed to being frugal, and the thought of spending so much at once made him naturally cautious. Just as they were going back and forth on the matter, a raven arrived from Highgarden. It felt as if someone, be it Jon, the gods, or fate, was watching over them. "My lord, a raven from House Tyrell," Luwin announced as he entered the room. Ned took the raven, carefully opened it, and began to read. A smile crept onto his face as he shook his head in disbelief before handing the letter to Luwin. "Lord Stark, in the spirit of hopefully newfound cooperation between the Reach and the North, given both your sons and daughters ties to my house, I would like to offer you a better deal on our trading arrangements. As of our last order, please accept a quarter discount on all shipments between ourselves and House Stark. I also look forward to expanding our future cooperation in other areas. Lord Mace Tyrell." "My lord, this is most fortuitous," Luwin said, and Ned couldn't help but agree. "How much does this actually help us?" he asked. "Given our last shipment and our next order, it helps us greatly. Should we wish to expand our orders in the future, even at our present costs, we'd be receiving a quarter more produce at the same expense." While Ned wasn't the best at calculations, he could see the significant benefits already. They would need to place larger orders anyway, and this arrangement would allow them to do so at a reduced cost. He began to work it out in his mind, feeling a sense of optimism for the future. Ned soon realized that the expenses for Wintertown would easily be offset by the savings on food orders alone. That night, as they shared a meal, he reflected on another blessing that had come his way, Lady Jonelle. Both Arya and Bran had taken to her immediately, with Arya showing an especially keen interest in her lessons. On the first day the lady arrived, Ned had stayed outside the room, listening in. By the end of the session, he walked away with a smile on his face. Northern politics, the various houses, their bannermen, history, and numbers, all were being taught in that very first lesson. He listened as Arya asked question after question, delighted by her laughter. A day or so later, Bran requested to join them, which confirmed what both Jon and Nan had said: his children were northern, and they needed to be taught by people from the north. A few days after Lady Jonelle's arrival, Ned found himself talking more and more with her, sharing laughter as they reminisced about rides through the Barrowlands and hunting in the Wolfswood. "You hunt, my lady?" he asked, surprised. "I do, my lord. My father always allowed me to use a bow. While I don't get out as much as I'd like, I still manage to go," she replied. "I've been thinking about teaching Arya, but I can't seem to find the time. Perhaps I could give her some archery lessons, once or twice a week, with your permission, my lord." "I thank you, my lady. That would be a great relief." When Arya heard she would be taking archery lessons a couple of times a week, she nearly hugged him to death, her excitement palpable. When she discovered it was Lady Jonelle who would be teaching her, Ned knew that any lesson the woman proposed afterward would at least be attempted. A few days later, with Jonelle beside her, Arya approached him, holding out a handkerchief. "Father, I made this for you," she said, encouraged by Jonelle. "I thank you, Arya," he replied, taking the handkerchief with a warm smile. Ned held the handkerchief in his hands. It was white, adorned with the grey dire wolf of House Stark, and the words of their house written underneath. While it wasn't as finely crafted as the one Sansa would make, the improvement from some of Arya's earlier work was unmistakable. He watched as his daughter nervously awaited his approval. "This is incredible work, Arya." Really incredible, he said. The beaming smile that spread across her face, along with her grateful glance towards Jonel, was as much of a gift to him as the handkerchief itself. A few days later, he received a raven from Sansa, followed by another from Robb, both sharing tales of their adventures. They seemed to be enjoying their time away, though Sansa hadn't yet made it to Highgarden. That evening at dinner, he read the letters aloud to Arya and Bran. Arya excitedly spoke about her own fostering as Jonel encouraged her, sharing stories from her own experiences years earlier. Later that week brought perhaps the biggest boon for Ned, if not for the North itself. As he walked toward the crypts, he was startled when a familiar figure approached from behind. The mother wolf had kept to herself for most of her time in Winterfell. He had seen her play with her pups and spend time with Nymeria and Summer. Occasionally, she would disappear for a while, presumably hunting in the wolfswood. Ned dreaded the day she might not return, the moment when the pups grew large enough to venture out on their own. Yet, she always came back, and now here she was, looking at him with her head cocked to one side, as if she were assessing him. In that moment, she seemed to find him worthy. She walked over and licked his hand. In response, he gently rubbed her fur. As he entered the crypts, she followed closely by his side, remaining there not just for the rest of the day, but for the days that followed. "What am I to call you then?" he asked, glancing at her as she lay beside the fire in his room. He looked into the wolf's eyes, searching for a name, and found only one that truly fit her, one that came close to capturing what she was and what she had been. "Lia," he said. The wolf moved closer and licked his hand. "Lia," he repeated, smiling. When people saw him walking around with the she-wolf at his side, he felt 10 feet tall. The whispers, the looks, they were different from the respect and perhaps love he had always received. This was something entirely new. Was this how they looked at Jon? How they regarded his children? If so, he had never felt prouder of his nephew for bringing the wolves back, for gifting them to his family. His children adored the fact that he now had a wolf of his own, and their wolves loved having their mother nearby. As they ate in the great hall, Lia would sit by his side, growling at the two pups if they got too rowdy. At night, when he occasionally patrolled the battlements or went to speak with the guards, she was always with him. There was no need for a guard when he walked alongside a dire wolf of her size. Fierce yet gentle, Lia cared for his family, and he knew he had chosen the perfect name for her. A few days later, however, she began to act strangely. One night, she scratched at his door, eager to get out. He looked at her, and she looked back at him. He opened the door, thinking she simply wanted to run free for a bit. But to his surprise, she waited for him at the door, then came to his side and grabbed his sleeve, tugging him toward the exit. He quickly dressed and followed her, only to find she led him to Kat's room, scratching and biting at the door. "Is there someone in there? An intruder?" he said, suddenly aware that he was unarmed and ready to call for the guards. But Lia just looked at him, and he could have sworn she shook her head. Ned returned to scratching at the door. Kat had taken her key with her and locked the door when she left, so he had to go to Vayen's quarters and ask for a copy, waking his steward in the process. When he finally made it back to Kat's room, Lia was lying there, waiting for him. He opened the door, and right away, the wolf ran to the closet, scratching once again. Ned walked inside and closed the door behind him. As he opened the closet, he saw Lia scratching at the bottom before she turned her head to look at him. Leaning in, he felt where she had scratched and was surprised to find a loose board with a box hidden underneath it. A part of him urged him to leave it alone, to replace it and walk out, not wanting to invade his wife's privacy. But the wolf was staring into his eyes, almost daring him to open it. In the end, he gave in. Inside the box were small pieces of jewelry he had never seen before, along with a stack of letters addressed to his wife but not written by him. He sat down on her bed and began to read, feeling his anger rise with every word. Who was Peter Baelish? Why was he writing to Kat? Was she writing back? The letters mentioned Pentos in 294 AC and Illyrio. For moons, Ned had searched, spending a significant amount of coin and sending out numerous groups, yet he had received even less news about the Targaryen girl than he had about his friend. Varys was gone, that much was certain. He had no choice but to send a man to King's Landing, not just to find out about Varys, but to learn about the events there. He was glad he had done so, as there were opportunities in King's Landing, big ones, and he saw a different path should he need to pursue it. But first, he needed to find the princess. First, Aegon and she needed to be betrothed. Marriage would take more time, but he could convince her of the benefits if only he could get her here. If that didn't work, he could move forward with his other plan, considering the man lying on the. While recovering in his manse, Illyrio felt a sense of urgency. How is he? He asked the healer he had summoned to attend to the Dragon Prince. He is as well as can be expected. The danger has long passed, but the injury is severe. He won't walk without a limp due to the blood loss, and as he ages, he'll feel it even more. Will it eventually kill him? It's hard to say. It may if he doesn't take care of it, but if he does, he could live a decent life. Illyrio nodded, leaving the woman to her work as he made his way to his room. Feeling hungry, he ordered what he considered a small meal. With Varys gone, their plans had shifted dramatically. While he believed the marriage to be the best option, the more he contemplated the alternative, the more he saw its potential benefits. Yet, it was the cost that gave him pause. For it to work, he'd need to spend almost his entire fortune. He could always replenish it once they named Aegon king, but it was still a huge risk. Magister, more letters, the slave girl said, handing him the correspondence just as others arrived with his dishes. He ate first, leaving the letters for later. The small baby sparrows were particularly delicious today, although he was annoyed they had only prepared 2 plates of them. As he savored the pickled figs, feeling the juice run down his hands, he sent a slave to fetch some water and a cloth. He was eager to see what news the letters would bring. The first one contained more bad news. They had missed their targets in Tyrosh, just as they had in Myr. However, they were on their trail and heading north. That brought a smile to his face. North from Tyrosh led them in his direction. If they landed in Pentos, he would know, this was his city, after all. But the second note was worse. He could keep his coin, and they would retain the advance he had given them. The man with the princess was an animal, a beast who had easily killed 4 of their men. No, my friends, not a beast, a dog, Illyrio muttered as he placed the letter down and picked up the next one. Westeros. There was no sign of his friend, but the crown was struggling. Rumor had it that the Tyrells had withdrawn their support, and coin was proving to be an even bigger problem than usual. It was just as it had been, just as he had suspected it would go. His contacts at the Iron Bank had informed him of the offer they made to the master of coin, this Littlefinger. Illyrio recalled Varys's words about him, a grasping man with ideas above his station, someone not to be trusted. Yet, Illyrio knew that men like Littlefinger craved coin, and he had plenty of it. Still, Littlefinger was just one avenue, and one he wasn't entirely sure he would pursue, especially when he had other options. Aegon wishes to see his uncle. He wants to lead the search for his aunt. He overheard me speaking to Duck about Clegane and fears for her safety. For now, I've put him off, explaining that if Clegane meant her harm, he would have acted already. But Aegon insists on seeing Viserys, he said. Griff replied, Cunnington really is an incompetent fool in some ways. A necessary fool, but incompetent all the same. Aegon must never learn about Dany, not until the time is right, and certainly not about Viserys. That could pose a big problem, though perhaps one I could turn to my advantage. I need the girl, though. Viserys is irrelevant, and even having dealt with him briefly since they brought him to me has been an annoyance I could do without. I am the king, Viserys declared. Where is my sister? When I find her, she'll have woken the dragon. Each statement was more ridiculous than the last. Was this what Aerys had been like? Was this the Targaryen madness in full effect? Pathetic, weak, dragons from a lesser line. Not like Aegon. Not like his son, who carried the blood of the true kings of Westeros, the blood of Daemon and Igor, of Hagon and Meleys. His son was the true dragon, the true king, and he would see him on the throne, no matter what it took. He asked for a parchment and quill and began to write. It was time to expand into Westeros. With the trading agreement secured, Illyrio knew his business had to move forward. A few taxes here, some bribes there, and by funding a feast or two, he could get close to the court. That was when he could begin working behind the scenes. Coin and influence, those were all that mattered. With enough coin, he could gain more influence, and that influence would ultimately secure the throne for his son. Bring this to a fodder, Illyrio instructed the eunuch. Tell him to have Durla present it to the master of coin. The eunuch moved quickly from the room. Illyrio finished the rest of his meal before heading back to check on the Targaryen in his bed, feeling increasingly confident in his plan. The boy would help him secure a seat of power, his coin would do the rest. Then, Aegon and his sister would unite to bring down the stag and the lion. As he heard the boy moan in turn, he sighed and closed his eyes, knowing that he would have to present a show for some time first. Magister Illyrio, have you found my sister? Viserys asked, his voice filled with pain. Not yet, my king, but my men are searching, and we shall find her soon. You have my word. Well done, Magister. When I am restored to my rightful place, when I wear my crown, I shall see you rewarded. Seeing the rightful king on his throne is reward enough, Illyrio replied, noticing the fool in front of him smile as if he were the one being spoken of. At the wall, in the year 294 AC, Benjen Stark observed the changes that had occurred since Jon arrived at Castle Black. Just a few moons had passed, but the impact of what his nephew and Jaime Lannister had done was significant. Food supplies continued to flow in, and their stocks had never been higher. The men walked around in warmer clothing, better fed and equipped than ever before. The wood, the blankets, and the feathers for mattresses instead of straw, some of the grumpier members of the Night's Watch grumbled that they were becoming soft. But for most, these changes were welcome. Meals were plentiful, and spirits were higher than they had been in years. They enjoyed hearty meals, with meat, decent vegetables, and fruits. Gods, how long had it been since he'd tasted a peach or a lemon? He couldn't recall, but lately, he had been savoring one or the other almost every day. The first time dessert was served with the meals, the men were taken by surprise, pies filled with fruit, warm and delightful, washed down with proper ale. Spirits had never been higher. Benjen glanced over at Alliser and Jeremy, the latter proving even more interesting. The grumpy master-at-arms had become his constant shadow, peppering him with questions about his nephew's upbringing. Benjen could see the disgust on his face at the thought of his brother calling Jon a bastard, a sentiment Benjen shared. When not conversing with Alliser, Benjen found himself talking with Maester Aemon. They would share stories over warm glasses of hot wine, discussing their shared kin and exchanging letters, which was why he had been summoned today. Ah, Benjen, it seems young Jon has written to us yet again, Aemon said, his smile as bright as it always was when a raven arrived from Casterly Rock. Hopefully, he hasn't gotten himself into more trouble, Benjen replied, a shiver running down his spine as he recalled the letter informing them of the attack. I hope so too. Benjen opened the scroll and read it first to himself. When it made little sense, he read it aloud to Aemon. Maester Aemon, I hope you are well. If you could please share this with my uncle Benjen. It seems eggs are no longer being served, they have been replaced by small birds, which, as you know, are harder to care for and require more thought. But we will do as we must, for I find myself closer to the birds than I ever would have thought. All my best, Jon. I don't understand, Benjen said, and Aemon sat there, dumbfounded, before bursting into laughter. He laughed so loudly that Chet came in to check on him. When Eamon finally stopped, he sent the steward away and called Benjen closer. Eamon leaned in close and whispered to Benjen, "He's done it, Benjen. He's hatched them. Our nephew has brought dragons back into the world." Benjen sat there, dumbfounded. Dragons? His nephew had dragons? The prince, the one promised to bring dragons from stone. Eamon had shared the prophecy with him, he had read about it in Lyanna's letters, but he had never truly believed it could be real. By the time Benjen left the Maesters' chambers, they were both quite drunk. Chet, putting Eamon to bed, looked at him in confusion as the Maester kept repeating, "Egg." "His brother," Benjen said softly. "He's thinking of his brother." Chet smiled sadly, fully aware of the tales surrounding Eamon's family. The next morning, Benjen woke with a pounding headache. After breaking his fast, he was summoned to the Lord Commander's solar. He found Gior poring over some papers. Even the normally gruff man seemed happier than usual. "My son sent me a raven from Casterly Rock," Gior announced, a laugh escaping him. It seems Lord Jaime was true to his word. They're sailing back in their very own pinnacle ship, whatever that is. Benjen replied, "Jon told me about them. They're larger than any ship on the waters. One is equivalent to 8 or 9 normal ones in terms of trade." The smile on the old bear's face widened. "Then my house is in good hands." "Good. Now, to our own business. I need you to go on arranging. We've lost some scouts, and I need to know if they live or die, or if they deserted." "Given the conditions here, I don't think they deserted," Benjen said, and Gior nodded in agreement. "Aye, but we still need to know. Do you want to take anyone with you?" "No, I'll go alone." "Good. The half-hand has left from East Watch, he'll cover the ground up there. You check down the other way. I'll leave immediately, while I still have the daylight. Be careful, brother, and come back, whether with or without news." "I will," Gior said, grabbing his hand. Benjen set off within the hour, better equipped than ever before. As he passed through the gate, both Ser Alistair and Ser Jeremy wished him good fortune. For 3 weeks, he found no sign of the missing scouts. He had only stopped at Craster's briefly, the weather had held, and he had no desire to sleep under the man's roof. However, for a tankard of ale, Craster had told him that the men had passed through less than a moon earlier, heading east. So, he set off in that direction. When he finally discovered their fate, it was clear what had happened. They had deserted, or attempted to, and found themselves trapped by wildlings. Their deaths had not been pretty, and animals had gotten to their corpses. After burying them, night fell, and he slept fitfully, wondering if the wildlings were still nearby. The next morning, he woke with the feeling of being watched. He broke his fast as he rode, not delaying to cook. All day, he sensed he was being followed, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He managed to snare a rabbit and cooked it over a fire, choosing a spot where he could see any approach. Then, he pretended to sleep. That night, they came for him, and he realized he was in deep trouble. 2 he could handle, 3 with some effort, but 4 was far too many. Still, he fought. His sword was steel, while their knives and axes were made of rock and bone. He killed the first man, but the second caught him off guard, and he fell. The stone struck his head, and he knew he was done for. Benjen woke to the sensation of a tongue licking his face, cleaning his wound. He jumped up, startled, nearly wetting himself at what was doing the licking. The wolf was enormous, even bigger than Ghost. It was gray with blue eyes, staring at him intently. As it moved closer, his hand instinctively went to his sword, only to find nothing there. Before he could react, the wolf was on him, its paws pressing down on his chest, its face inches from his own. He felt it, felt the weight of the moment hanging in the air. In the back of his mind, he heard the word as if the wolf had spoken. "Pack." Looking around the camp, he noticed 2 bodies on the ground. The other 2 must have fled. He picked up his sword, packed his horse, and set off with the wolf by his side. He felt a pang of guilt for leaving the bodies unburied, but he knew he needed to get away from that place. By the time he arrived back at Castle Black, he and the wolf had become firm friends. It turned out the wolf was much better at catching rabbits than he was, so he enjoyed plenty of good meals. As they approached the wall, he noticed the wolf stop, gaze at it, and then howl, as if calling to its pack. Together, they rode toward the imposing structure. Essos, 294 AC. The Hound. He remembered having a sister once, many years ago, so long that sometimes he struggled to recall what she looked like. Other times, memories flooded back with painful clarity. He knew nothing of love, or at least he couldn't remember what it felt like to love someone. Yet he felt he had loved her, he hoped he had. As he watched the dark-haired girl practicing her forms, he wondered if he loved her too. He thought so. He would die for her, he knew that. He would kill for her, his friend, his ward, his sister. "You're doing that wrong," he said gruffly, snickering as she glared at him. "This is how you told me to do it," she replied, frowning. "No, it isn't. Now do it right, or no supper for you." "You wouldn't deny me supper," she said smugly. "Did you not notice what we're having?" he chuckled, watching her grimace as she saw the chicken. At that moment, she moved with more confidence, her body now accustomed to the small sword. She had outgrown knives more than a moon ago, so he had transitioned her to small swords and bows. She excelled with one and was passable with the other. Consequently, he focused more on swordplay, giving her twice as many lessons in that as he did with the bow. After she practiced for a while, he called her over and handed her half the chicken, laughing as she tore into it. He looked into her eyes, almost as if he were seeing a mirror of himself. "You promised to tell me the truth," she said, a drop of grease landing on her lap. I did. But it's not a pretty truth, and you need to hear all of it, even the parts that might make you angry," he replied. She gave him an odd look. "Why would I get mad?" Dany asked, her curiosity piqued. "Because of my name, because of who my brother is," he explained with a sigh. "What does it matter who your brother is?" "You told me that already," she said, smiling. He chuckled softly. "True, but my brother is even worse than yours." She looked at him in disbelief. He knew she had turned against her brother, but he also understood the weight of the truth he was about to reveal. "Who are you?" she asked, worry etched on her face, which struck him deeply. "Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Gregor Clegane is my brother," he stated plainly. She instinctively moved away from him. Why are you, what do you want from me?" she stammered, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. Under different circumstances, that would have made him smile. "To protect you, like I've been doing since we met," he said firmly. "Why?" "I told you, there are people who want you safe." "What if they don't anymore?" "What if they told you to hurt me?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "Then they would be out of luck. If they wish you harm, they'll have to go through me, whether they've paid me or not," he replied, meeting her gaze as she maintained a serious expression. "Why should I believe you? What if you're like your brother?" "I'm nothing like him, nothing at all." "I want my brother dead even more than you do," he insisted. She looked at him, confusion clouding her features. "Why?" He brushed his hair back from his face, revealing the burns more clearly. She had seen them often, but while he never hid them, he usually tried to make them less noticeable when they were together. "He did that?" she asked, horrified. "When I was a boy, I played with one of his toys he had finished with. He caught me and pushed my face to the fire," he said, and she moved closer to him. He looked at her and allowed her to approach. She reached her small hand up to his face, touched it gently, and looked at him with sympathy. "Your brother is a monster," she said, and they both laughed at that. A dead one when I see him again. Do you swear it? That you'll kill him when you see him again? She asked, her eyes fixed on him. I swear it, just as I've sworn my sword to you, Dany, he replied, and she nodded in understanding. Are you going to finish that? She asked, pointing at the chicken in his hand. Of course I'm going to finish it, you cheeky little sod, he said, tearing into the chicken as she giggled. They broke camp in the morning and set off. It wasn't long before he heard them in the distance, horses, several of them. He couldn't tell how many, but he spotted some trees ahead and motioned for her to ride toward them. Just as they reached cover, he saw them, 6 men, all lightly armored. Good, that would make them easier to deal with if it came to that. Stay behind the tree, he instructed Dany, who had her bow and arrows with her. Shoot if I give the signal. He waited for the men to catch up. We just want the girl, you can ride on, the small man leading them called out. Maybe it's best if you take your own advice, he replied, scanning the group to ensure none of them had bows. We mean you no harm, friend, one of the other men added. Do I look familiar to you? Because you certainly don't to me, and you're not my friend, so fuck off, he said, watching as the man reached for his sword. You leave us no choice. We will take her. Going through you won't be a problem, another man said. You should talk to the last man who said that. Oh wait, you can't, I killed him, he shot back, then gave Dany the signal. The first arrow flew true, striking the man and sending him crashing to the ground. In the chaos, the second arrow missed its mark and struck a horse instead, causing it to tumble. The small man who had spoken first was quickly overwhelmed. While 2 of his companions charged at Sandor, 2 others foolishly jumped off their horses. Sandor skillfully dodged the blows from the horsemen and found himself face to face with the 2 dismounted men. He wasn't sure why they thought numbers would give them an advantage over skill, but he had learned that most of these men were poor fighters. These 2 were no exception, he dispatched them both in a matter of seconds, hardly needing to evade their blades. Behind him, he heard a crash as one man fell from his horse, an arrow lodged in his back, while the other fled in panic. Grabbing the bow from Dany, he took aim. He missed the fleeing man but struck the horse instead, watching as the rider was thrown from the saddle and hit the ground hard. Looking around, he counted 3 men dead, 2 injured, and 1 still retreating in the distance. You all right? He asked Dany. She nodded, and he handed her back the bow, smiling as she quickly knocked another arrow, ready to fire if needed. Good girl. He moved toward the man who had tried to ride him down, finding the arrow in his back and hearing the man groan in pain. Sandor glanced at the small man struggling to escape from under his horse, then back to the other. Who sent you? He demanded, even though he already suspected the answer. Fuck off, the man replied defiantly. Sandor smiled and drove his sword into the man's chest before turning his attention to the other. Who sent you? Illyrio Mopatis, the man gasped. He just wants the girl. Just the girl. He's willing to pay a lot of gold for her. Well, he can't have her. We've become quite attached, you see, Sandor said, noticing Dany's smile as he killed that man too. He gathered up the horses and watched as Dany searched the men's pockets, finding some coin purses and a bit of jewelry, which she bundled together. While money wasn't an issue for them, he had told her that one day it might be. Since then, she had collected a nice little stash just in case. They would sell the horses and she would keep the coins safe. After mounting up, they rode onward, passing the man who had tried to attack them. As the man tried to crawl away, his leg broken and dragging on the ground, Sandor leaped off his horse and approached him. I'll tell you everything, anything you need to know, the man pleaded, desperation in his voice. I already know everything, Sandor replied, unsheathing his sword. I can help you. I can get you anything you need. Really? Can you get me some chicken? Sandor asked, a smirk forming on his lips. The man looked at him, bewildered, then nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I'll get you as much chicken as you want. Got any on you? Sandor pressed. The man shook his head. Then what good are you? Sandor snapped, plunging his sword into the man's neck. He mounted his horse and waited for Dany to search through the man's belongings. Once she had finished and climbed back onto her own horse, they continued their journey. It took them 2 more days to reach the city. They sold the horses, found a room at a tavern, and that night, they enjoyed a hearty meal, each feasting on a full chicken. The next evening, they stood overlooking a manse, observing as the unsullied guards changed shifts while the rotund man inside ate greedily. Illyrio? Dany asked, her eyes narrowing. Fat bastard, isn't he? Sandor replied, earning a laugh from her as they settled in to watch the man more closely. In White Harbor, 294 AC, Robb felt a flicker of worry. He had feared he might grow bored, longing for the familiarity of Winterfell, worried he would find no friends or activities to fill his days. Technically, he was squiring for Lord Wyman, but it was Ser Marlin who handled his training. Robb found Ser Marlin to be even tougher than Ser Roderick. Maybe Ser Roderick had gone easy on him because he was a lord, but Ser Marlin didn't seem to share that sentiment. His drills were harder, longer, and far more physical. Yet, with each passing day, Robb felt himself improving, growing stronger. The lessons he took were more challenging as well. He had expected the Maester to be the one teaching him, but for some reason, it wasn't Lord Wyman himself who taught him everything. Instead, Lord Wyman had tutors instruct him in the basics while he provided the political lessons. Sitting in on Lord Wyman's meetings was an education in itself. Once the meetings concluded, the Lord would pepper him with questions about what he had observed and the reasoning behind his actions. No, Lord Robb. Sometimes, in a trade deal, you must appear to lose. You need to let the other person walk away thinking they've gained the upper hand, Lord Wyman explained. Why is that, my lord? Robb inquired. Because then they'll come back. If they believe it's you who's taken advantage, they may feel slighted, as if you think less of them. Is that why you got angry? It's a useful tool, but only when used correctly. Robb watched and learned as much as he could from the Lord of White Harbor. After a while, he found himself sent to the docks more frequently. His guards kept their distance, but Grey Wind was always by his side. He found the docks fascinating, the stories of travels and journeys to far-off places, the sight of magnificent ships up close, and the sailors speaking of them with awe. One thing that struck him as odd was the way people looked at Grey Wind. It seemed they were expecting the wolf to misbehave. It took him some time to discover that they were actually fearful of Ghost, the silent wolf, who would sneak up on unsuspecting stalls and run off with lobsters and lamprey pies. Apparently, it had cost his brother a fair amount of coin the last time he was here just to keep everyone happy. Yet, they bore him no ill will, in fact, it was quite the opposite. There you are. We thought you'd gotten lost, Winifred called out, and he smiled at the sound of her voice. She did. I didn't care, Willa said with a giggle. You wound me, my lady, he replied, and Willa just rolled her eyes before walking toward one of the stalls. Am I needed for something? He asked. Winifred shook her head. No, I was just bored, looking for an escort to show me the city. Isn't this your city? Shouldn't you be showing me? He teased. I was talking about your wolf, you fool, she said with a smirk as Grey Wind approached, licking her hand. Traitor, he replied, glancing at the wolf, which made her giggle. He had finished his errands, and since Lord Wyman hadn't asked him to hurry back, they spent most of the day together, arriving at the new castle just before dark. Willa had gathered her usual collection of oddities, while he had picked out a glass seahorse brooch for Winifred, something she had been admiring. When they met up with Ser Wylis and his father, Robb was delighted to see letters from his sister and brother in their hands. Apparently, the wedding had been the grandest ever, which caused both Winifred and Willa to frown at the thought of missing it. His sister had danced most of the night away, and Jon had too. Lady Margaery was a delight, and Sansa was looking forward to going to Highgarden. Jon had made some new friends at Casterly Rock, but he missed Robb, which brought a smile to his face. That night, they enjoyed a hearty meal, just as they always did. Robb was grateful to be sitting with Winifred instead of her father or grandfather. Not that he had any issues with them, but they could devour food at an alarming rate, making him feel as though he was slowing them down or needing to speed himself up. With Winifred, however, he could take his time. They chatted while they ate, listened to the music, and danced when they were finished. Robb had always danced at feasts, and when bannermen visited, it was his duty as heir, as his mother had said. But now, he found himself dancing almost every night and actually looked forward to it, a stark contrast to his previous reluctance. Over the next few weeks, he began to notice some odd occurrences. More and more, letters were being sent instead of ravens. Once, when Lord Wyman felt ill, he refused to let Theomore near him and instead spoke with a woman from the town, recovering within a day or two. When Ser Wendell returned, this became even more evident, along with the news of the attack on Jon in the Riverlands. Robb was furious that someone would dare to attack his brother. Robb felt a bit put out that the news hadn't been mentioned in the Ravens from Casterly Rock. "I doubt they wished to worry you, Lord Robb. More likely, they preferred you not to know," Ser Wendell said. "He is my brother, Ser. My sister was with him, I should know." "Indeed, which is why I told you." "Your brother is well, my lord. He hurt his shoulder and has a small scar over his eye, but it will fade with time. He is well." "Thank you, Ser Wendell. It means a lot that you've told me. I've been speaking with my father. Should you wish it, you can join me on my next journey. I'll be traveling to Braavos within the moon. What say you?" "Really? On the Pinnacle ship?" Robb asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. "We'll be gone less than a moon, but it'll give you both a taste of the sea and some insight into the trade done in Braavos." "I think I'd like that a lot, Ser. I'm most grateful to you and your father." "Think nothing of it, my lord." While Ser Wylis and Ser Wendell were thrilled about his first sea journey, Lord Wyman was busy filling him in on everything he needed to know. However, Winifred seemed upset about his departure. She barely spoke to him at dinner, didn't dance, and after she finished eating, she retired to her room. The next morning, when he found her alone, he feared she wouldn't speak to him again. "I'm sorry I'm leaving, but I'll be back within the moon," he said gently. "I know," she replied, her voice soft and low. "I'll leave Grey Wind with you. He'll look after you while I'm gone and ensure I return," he said with a smile, receiving a half-smile in return from her. "Well, that makes it all better then. It was the wolf I'd miss after all," she said with a laugh. Robb pretended to frown before bursting into laughter himself. A few days later, he said his goodbyes. Lord Wyman presented him with a small dagger to wear at his hip. "You never know when you might need one on a ship, lad. Listen to Wendell, follow his lead," Robb instructed. "Thank you, my lord," Wendell replied. "My lady, I shall return with great haste, and perhaps I'll even bring a present," he said, earning a smile from Winifred. "Be safe, my lord," she urged, and he nodded in response. Kneeling down to Grey Wind, Robb felt a pang of guilt about leaving him behind. But when he looked into the wolf's eyes, he could tell that Grey Wind understood. Later that night, after the ship had set sail, Robb lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling and wondering how everyone was faring. He closed his eyes and soon drifted off into a strange dream. The ground felt cold beneath his feet as he made his way back to the castle. Blood still pooled beneath his lips. The bird he had caught hadn't been large, and he hadn't eaten it out of need or hunger. But the instinct to hunt remained strong. he needed to be able to provide for himself should the situation arise. As he walked through the castle, the two-legged beings, those who provided him food, let him pass. His own 2 legs were gone, but he knew he would return. For now, he would stay with the two-legged ones who smelled of trees, of forests, and of the sea. The door opened, and he walked in, laying down on the bed. Her arms wrapped around him, and he fell asleep as she did, both of them wishing to see his own 2 legs soon. In King's Landing, in the year 294 AC, Robert was bored once again. Denied a tourney, ignored by his wife, and buried deep in the arms of a whore yet again, was this what he had fought a rebellion for? Was this why he had killed the dragon spawn? He rolled off the whore and stumbled to the privy, belching and farting as he stood there, watching the stream hit the ground. Once he was done, he walked back into the room. The girl was dark-haired, young, and pretty enough, he supposed, but she was no Olenna, not even close. He sent her on her way, then emptied his wine glass in one swift motion while sitting on the edge of the bed. Jon had asked. He could see him, always asking him to stay sober, but Robert couldn't be bothered. His foster father seemed to take pleasure in telling him what he should be doing. Sometimes, Robert swore the man thought he was the king. While Robert had no problem abdicating responsibility, he wasn't ready to give up the crown just yet. He called for the servants, had them dress him, and stood looking at himself in the mirror. The demon of the trident, the man he once was becoming a distant memory. But what was the point? Why did he need to stay in shape? What inspired him to rise in the morning? There were no battles to fight, no tournaments to compete in, no Olenna to impress. Nothing but a crown, a wife who despised him, and a lack of company he wanted to keep. Even less he wished to speak to. Ned, you were supposed to be here by my side. You, me, Olenna, what we could have done, he whispered softly, closing his eyes and searching for that perfect image of the life he wished could have been his. Your Grace, Lord Arryn is waiting, a girl said. Was she really a girl? She was too slim to be a man, but he couldn't tell. He simply sent her away to tell Jon to wait longer. He knew Jon was coming to complain about money again, coming to count coppers yet again. Hadn't he cut back enough? Hadn't he allowed Jon to cancel the tournament and forego the feasts? It must have been at least a week since he last held a feast. He was the king, yet he was forced to eat simple fare, holding family dinners instead. Last night, there had been fewer than 100 in the hall. He sighed, turned from the mirror, and walked to his chair, a chair, not a throne. He barely sat in that monstrosity anymore. After sending the servant away, he sat, not drinking, feeling a headache creeping in already. He knew that by the time Jon left, it would be fully upon him. But at least then, he could drink it all away. At least then, he could be left alone with his dreams. Would he see her face again today? Would he see their boy? Ned's boy, who looked so much like her. He knew he was his friend's son, but the resemblance to Olenna made him feel, in a way, that the child was theirs. Your Grace, Jon said, walking in. For goodness sake, Jon, we're alone. Just call me by my damn name, Robert replied, feeling the thumping in his head start to intensify. Robert, we need to discuss the Tyrells. What have the Roses done now? He asked, growing agitated. They've withdrawn their coin. Robert stared at Jon incredulously. You told me to give them Tommen. That would ensure their coin. You and that lickspittle of yours, both of you in this room told me to give them my son. And I did. Despite wanting to give them nothing more than my hammer, I did. Now you're saying that's not enough? A future betrothal over 10 years away is not enough, Robert. I told you that. I will not give them a crown. They will not have Joffrey. Robert, we have no choice. Without their support, we will run out of coin. I don't bloody care. They will not have a crown. If I have to eat bowls of brown, they will not get a crown from me. Robert, be reasonable, Jon said in that tone he hated. I am being reasonable. I gave them a prince. Despite my own feelings, I gave them a prince. I will not give them a crown. Joffrey will marry Ned's girl, and that is my final word on it. Robert. Jon's voice held that familiar tone, the one he used when Robert had confided in him about Maya, the tone he used when he chastised him for fighting and drinking in the Vale. But this wasn't the Vale, this was King's Landing, and he was the king. No. He shouted, surprising Jon, who looked at him with confusion. Robert, without the betrothal, without at least giving them something, we're doomed. We can always break it later. Once we're more secure, we can let them believe they hold the keys to the throne, Jon said softly, almost as if he were speaking to a child. Robert stared at him, disbelief washing over him. How could he suggest such a thing? True, Robert had become a drunkard and a womanizer, but he was a man of his word. He had always believed in honor, especially with the crown on his head. His foster father's words echoed in his mind, as high as honor. And here Jon was, urging him to act dishonorably, to behave like the dragons. No, he couldn't do that. Would you have me lie? Have the realm see me as a liar? Robert's voice was filled with indignation. I want us to be solvent, Robert. Without their coin, we won't survive, Jon replied, frustration creeping into his tone. I don't care about their coin. You would have me lie, make my word meaningless. What kind of king do you want me to be, Jon? A king who rules, Jon shot back angrily. You are my hand. Find another way. I will not betroth Joffrey to their girl. He will marry Ned's daughter, and that's final. Robert, please see reason. I am seeing reason. If I break this betrothal in the future, I'll be no better than the dragons. You want me to shame Ned, to make his daughter seem like a second choice, no better than a rose? I won't do it. Find another way. Jon stood in silence for a moment, contemplating. Then he looked at Robert. What about giving Ned another match? Perhaps Princess Myrcella for his son? No, I want him here. Robert shook his head. If Myrcella was already living in the north, it would be years before Ned could visit again. His son would be Warden of the North, just like his father. Then betroth Tommen. Ned has another daughter. Betroth her to Tommen and Joffrey to the Rose. Then you can remove Joffrey from the line and allow Tommen to be king. That way, you can accomplish both things, Robert. No, I won't create another dance for when I'm gone. I won't have my children acting like dragon spawn and fighting over my throne. I won't put Ned's girl in danger. I've spoken my mind on this. It's not up for debate, Robert said firmly. Then I don't know what we'll do. I have no idea where the coin will come from, Jon replied, exasperated. The Iron Bank, Robert suggested. That will bankrupt us, Jon countered. So be it, Robert insisted. But I will not change my mind on this, Jon. Not on this. You won't have your way. Jon stormed out of the room, leaving Robert to glance at the wine on the table. He ignored it, stood up, and walked out, nodding to Ser Barristan, who followed him. As he reached the children's room, he saw Horp and Oakheart standing guard, both of them standing a bit taller at his arrival. He pushed the door open to find his daughter and son sitting on the floor, playing with a cat and laughing together. He smiled at the sight, considering going inside but ultimately deciding against it. Instead, he turned to seek out his other son but was distracted by the sounds of sparring coming from outside. Walking to the room with the balcony, he looked down to see boys practicing, the sight stirring memories of his own time in the Vale. His gaze landed on a dark-haired boy struggling with a sword, and he thought of Ned's son, the boy who resembled Lyanna, the boy who should have been their son. In Winterfell, 294 AC, Theon Greyjoy felt the guards trailing him everywhere. They were conflicted, dutifully listening to their liege, but the changes in circumstances made them uneasy. While they appeared attentive and diligent on the surface, they were anything but. Theon, not allowed to visit the brothel, still found ways to sneak out. There, he began to plan. The girl helped him, considering the things he made her do for coin. This was far more pleasant. For moons, he plotted, waiting and stewing in his anger, picturing the face of the person he blamed for the upheaval in his life. He had hated the bastard from the moment they met, remembering the way he had looked at him then. The first day he arrived in Winterfell, Theon remembered how he was looked down upon, the heir to the Iron Islands, scorned by a bastard. But then the bastard was gone, and Theon had gotten close to Robb, just as his father had advised. He was to get close to the heir, bide his time, and wait for the chance to escape. Yet, as time passed, he found himself growing fond of Robb and enjoying his life in Winterfell. It was far better than the Iron Islands. The islands didn't have girls like Rose or Betha. He hadn't encountered anyone who would do what they would, all for just a few coppers or a silver stag. He recalled how a salt wife had been treated, years ago when his uncle Euron insisted it was time for him to learn to be a man. But compared to what Rose would willingly do, that experience felt distant and unappealing. "Do you have them?" he asked Betha. She nodded and revealed what she had secured. "Aye, my lord." The clothes would suffice, they had to. Now he just needed to bide his time. He knew he should return, but when she bent down, he couldn't help but admire her figure. He handed her the coppers, watching as she undressed. Initially, he thought everything would return to normal once the bastard left, that this nightmare would come to an end, that Robb would go back to being his friend and life would revert to its usual rhythm. So, he grinned and bore it, waiting for the bastard's departure. But things didn't improve, they only worsened. Robb barely spoke to him, and then he was gone. Arya mocked him, calling him names, and when he tried to slap her, that wolf of hers made it clear he'd lose a hand if he dared. Now, however, things felt calmer. The guards were more relaxed, and Lord Stark was so wrapped up in his work that he hardly glared at Theon anymore. For a moon or so, with Arya trailing him, he knew he was in trouble. But things had changed, and tomorrow, Lord Stark would ride out. Deepwood Motte, this was his chance. He had snuck out his belongings the day before, his clothes, his bow, his knife, and his sword. It had taken him months to figure out how and when to retrieve them. As he sat at the back of the hall, he glanced at the table where he once shared laughter with Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Bran. It was empty now, a stark reminder of happier times, all disrupted by the arrival of that bastard. His life had felt perfect until then. "You all right?" a servant asked, breaking his reverie. "Aye," he replied. "You look like you've just realized you've done something unpleasant in your breeches," the girl remarked, prompting laughter from the table and a few others nearby. He grimaced, feeling humiliated. Here he was, the heir to the Iron Islands, reduced to a laughingstock among servants and guards, all thanks to Jon Snow. He scanned the hall, memorizing the faces around him, picturing them for the day he would return. Feigning tiredness, he requested an early night, relishing the look of disbelief on the guards' faces. They would be drunk before long. Once the hour of the eel arrived, he climbed out of his window and made his way through the godswood, gathering his things and moving quickly. He scaled the wall and waited for the guard at the north gate to relieve himself. As soon as the guard stepped away, he sprinted as fast as he could. He skirted the walls, and less than an hour later, he was free, heading east. The miller's house wasn't too far away, the man's horse might be pitiful, but it would put some distance between him and Winterfell. He glanced back over his shoulder, watching the gray walls fade to black in the night. One day, he would return. One day, they would pay for how they had treated him. And one day, he would stand before Jon Snow, driving his blade into his chest. One day. Chapter 64, Dirty Old Town. Old Town, 294 AC, Tyrion stood on the deck of the ship, gazing at the high tower and the beauty of Old Town. In the past, his father had rarely allowed him to travel, keeping the shame of their house hidden in the west, far from prying eyes. Now, the thrill of seeing this place for himself was exhilarating, a feeling shared only with Sansa Stark, who was also visiting for the first time. As the ship approached the dock, Sansa and her wolf stood beside Tyrion, both captivated by the sights. The others prepared to disembark, while Tyrion, Oberyn, Elia, and their guards would remain behind. Sansa and her party were set to leave directly for Highgarden, where a riverboat awaited to take them up the Mander. Tyrion couldn't help but fantasize about making that journey himself one day. The idea of sailing up the river, witnessing the lush beauty of Highgarden, and enjoying the bounty of the Reach as it was picked fresh from the trees was appealing. But this trip was far too important for leisurely pursuits. With a sigh, he headed to his cabin to gather his belongings. "I thought I'd lost you to the sights," Oberyn called out as Tyrion descended the stairs. "You nearly did," Tyrion replied with a chuckle. He continued to his cabin, ensuring he had everything ready. The ship would press on to King's Landing, leaving them behind for at least a moon, until one of the other ships returned to collect them. Oberyn had suggested they might be here even longer, and the thought excited Tyrion. The idea of spending more than a moon in the library of the Citadel, even if it was away from their mission, thrilled him. Once he was satisfied that he had everything in order, he called for the guards to carry his things onto the deck. Jaime had insisted on sending a dozen guards with him, and along with Oberyn's half a dozen, it felt like overkill. But this time, his brother wouldn't budge on the matter. As a Lannister, he was expected to travel in a particular manner and to behave in a certain way, which was also why he carried a small fortune in coin. By the time he reached the deck again, the ship was tied up, and people were walking down the gangplank. At the dockside, he spotted Sansa, Olenna, and Margaery, surrounded by their company, moving their belongings under Olenna's orders. After making his way down, he approached to say his goodbyes. For over 3 moons, the Tyrells and Sansa had stayed in his home, and he found he had genuinely enjoyed their company. He would miss them until they met again. "Lady Olenna, it seems this is where we say our farewells," he said. "It is, my lord. I wish you good fortune during your time here," Olenna replied, looking directly into his eyes. "I shall do my best to find something to keep me entertained," he said, moving toward Margaery. "My lord, I thank you and your family for your company and look forward to seeing you and your home again," Margaery said. Tyrion sensed the sincerity in her words and smile, though he couldn't help but wonder if it was his home, or the dark-haired lad who lived there, that she was most eager to see again. "It was my pleasure to meet you, Lady Margaery. I, too, look forward to seeing you and your family again. Perhaps next time, I'll visit Highgarden," he replied, shifting his attention to Sansa. "My lord, I shall be sorry to see you go," Sansa said. Tyrion smiled warmly at her. While he didn't feel the same connection to her as he did to her brother, he had enjoyed her company both at Casterly Rock and aboard the Lion's Roar. "My lady, I look forward to seeing you again as well, as I'm sure Jon will too. Enjoy your travels, Sansa, until we meet again," he said. He watched as they climbed into the carriage, heading up the road to meet the riverboat. If it were up to him, he might have stayed the night, but he understood their desire to leave immediately. Looking around, he found himself alone with his guards, with no sign of Oberyn or Elia anywhere. He didn't have long. They didn't have to wait long. Moments later, Olenna arrived in an open cart, apparently having taken the last carriage. "Well, are you just going to stand there?" Oberyn chuckled, and Tyrion smirked as he was helped up into the cart. The streets were narrower than he had expected, a maze of crisscrossed alleys and winding paths. Oberyn pointed out where each one led, this one to the Starry September, that one to the Thieves' Market. He even pointed out the road leading to the Citadel, and Tyrion felt an urge to go there immediately. But instead, they pressed on. The tavern Oberyn chose was large and elegant, situated on a small island that they had to cross to reach. Tyrion was surprised by just how many of these islands existed. "Have your things brought to your room, Tyrion." "It's time we get drunk," Oberyn said. Tyrion laughed. He was certainly going to enjoy his time here. 2 hours later, he found himself sitting in the Quill and Tankard, being served by a pretty woman in her 30s who regarded him as if he were some exotic beast. He had seen other dwarves since his arrival, so he wondered if it was his clothing or perhaps the coin he was spending that caught her attention. Oberyn was surprisingly quiet, and it was Elia who dominated the conversation, pointing out what fascinated the woman about him. "Your sigil. Even here, they've heard of the Imp of Casterly Rock, Tyrion. Just as we did in Dorne, no doubt others around the realm have too. The lion you wear so proudly marks you. This is a good thing, isn't it?" she said with a warm smile. "Why?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Your family carries weight, Tyrion. People will see you, and those who would treat you unfairly, those who wish you harm, will take a much different approach. A dwarf may be easy pickings, but not this dwarf," she explained. Tyrion laughed loudly, the sound drawing the attention of several patrons nearby. Moments later, Tyrion noticed a young girl, no more than 9 or 10 namedays old, peering at him curiously. She was hiding behind one of the doors, almost afraid to step outside. Tyrion smiled, and she smiled back. Gradually, she inched closer, sneaking around the room until she reached him. "Do you tumble?" she asked softly. "I've been known to tumble from time to time," he replied. "Can I see you do it?" "Maybe on another visit," he said. She nodded and turned to move away. Before she left, he took out a few coppers and placed them in her hand, making her beam with delight. "What's your name?" he asked. "Rosie," she answered before darting away, just as a serving woman returned with more cider. After a while, Oberyn joined the conversation. As they sipped the cider, which Tyrion was starting to regret ordering, he noticed what had caught Oberyn's attention. In the corner sat a group of boys, aged between 4 and 10, if Tyrion had to guess, all seemingly from different parts of Westeros. "Acolytes," Oberyn whispered. "This is where they come. It's good to listen to their gossip." Tyrion glanced between Oberyn and the boys, but he could hear nothing. "Maybe we should get closer," he suggested. "There's no need. I've learned all I need. Marwyn is in the Citadel, he will be at the brothel tonight. So even among the esteemed men of the Citadel, they hold their vows less tightly than I would have thought," Tyrion chuckled. "Men are men, Tyrion. Give them a gray robe or a white one, tell them what they can't have, and more often than not, they'll find a way to get the very thing denied to them," Elia chimed in, and Oberyn leaned in to kiss her. "Elia speaks the truth. Men who deny themselves pleasure in public will often seek it in private." "And you?" Tyrion asked. "Me? Oh, I learned years ago not to deny myself any pleasures at all," Oberyn replied with a grin. Sansa laughed again, feeling a spark of joy at the thought of the fun she would have on this trip. As they sailed from Mander to Highgarden in the year 294 AC, she found the experience on the Pinnacle ship to be unlike anything she had ever imagined. She had heard tales of seasickness, of towering waves crashing against ships, but to her surprise, it felt as if she had never left solid ground. The journey was so smooth that there were moments when she forgot she was on a ship at all. She would occasionally glance at the sea and feel a rush of wonder as the waves rolled by. During their trip to Lannisport, she had stayed close to Jon, rarely venturing on deck. Now, however, she was beginning to appreciate the sights around her, and she and Fawn were enjoying the experience. But sailing on a riverboat, as she was learning, was a completely different matter. She leaned over the pail, realizing this truth all too well. Behind her, Margaery held her hair back, while Fawn sat as far away from them as possible, clearly disturbed by the smell wafting from the pail. Almost an hour into the journey, Sansa had started to feel queasy. Within moments, she had emptied her stomach for the first time, and after that, it seemed like clockwork, every hour, on the hour. She hadn't even eaten that much, which confused her, as she continued to feel ill. She wanted to ask Margaery for help, but she felt foolish about what she had said earlier. "I don't understand," Sansa admitted, her voice tinged with frustration. "Understand what, sweetling?" Margaery replied, gently rubbing her back. "It's called seasickness, but we're on a river. How can I be sick here?" Margaery explained that it was the act of sailing that caused the sickness, not just the sea itself. Sansa understood, but it made her feel foolish. In a way, she was also angry. Shouldn't it be called sickness of sailing instead? Before she could dwell on it further, the nausea returned, and tears filled her eyes as the heaves overtook her. They had stopped off at a small village, where Lady Olenna had sent one of the guards to fetch something that she claimed would help. Finally, Olenna entered the cabin, accompanied by a woman who carried a cup of tea. The woman handed the cup to Sansa, who was instructed to sip it. After finishing, she felt a bit better, enough to lie down, and within moments, she drifted off to sleep. When she woke, it was dark. The cabin was clean and empty, with Margaery's bed still undisturbed. Fawn lay at her feet, and she reached down to pet the wolf before getting up to check her appearance. As she stepped out of the room, she and Fawn heard the sound of conversation coming from a larger room. Curious, she opened the door and found Margaery, Olenna, and some guards gathered inside, enjoying their meals. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of her hunger. She took a seat, and a meal was soon brought to her, along with a half-leg of deer for Fawn. "Do you feel better, Sansa?" Margaery asked, concern lacing her voice. "I do, thank you," Sansa replied with a smile. She truly felt better and found the meal delicious. She ate most of it and shared the rest with Fawn, savoring some warm juice that she enjoyed. Afterward, Margaery invited her to come on deck to see the night sky. As they stepped out onto the deck, it felt like something out of a dream. The boat glided slowly up the river, the night sky illuminating their path. The air was fresh with the scents of grass and trees, mixed with hints of sweet flowers and fruits. But it was the sky itself that took her breath away. The moon was fuller than she had ever seen, and the stars sparkled, far too numerous to count. She stood there, gazing up, with Margaery and Fawn by her side. Over the next few days, Sansa grew accustomed to the sailing, needing the tea only once more. At night, she would talk with Margaery, getting to know her better and growing closer to her. She learned things she hadn't known before and confirmed some she had. Margaery enjoyed hawking and riding, and she liked embroidery as well. Sansa felt grateful for the connection she had with her brother, Jon. They had become friends not long after he left Winterfell. She noticed the way a smile would light up Margaery's face whenever she spoke of Jon, how her eyes sparkled with affection. Sansa had seen the exchanged glances and quiet whispers between them, noting how Jon always made time for both her and Joy. Yet, she couldn't help but realize that he spent more time with Margaery than with either of them. Listening to Margaery talk about him, Sansa began to understand why. "You like him, don't you?" she asked one night as they lay in their beds. "Of course I like him, he's my friend," Margaery replied. "But you like him more than that, don't you?" Sansa pressed, and Margaery fell silent. As Sansa settled down to sleep that night, her thoughts lingered on the subject. She knew little about love beyond what she had read in books, but perhaps that was what her brother and Margaery were feeling. She hoped so, they would be good together, she mused, glancing over at her friend's bed. Margaery lay there, a smile on her face as she played with a little box. Sansa wondered what it contained, but before she could dwell on it further, Margaery rolled over and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Sansa was jolted awake. "Come quickly," Margaery urged. "No, I'm too tired." "Let me sleep," Sansa yawned. "You must get up now," Margaery insisted, playfully tugging at her arm as if to drag her from the bed. Margaery, Sansa said, annoyed. Sansa, Margaery giggled. Come on, trust me, you'll like it. Reluctantly, Sansa got out of bed, hastily dressing without even checking if her hair was presentable. Margaery nearly pulled her up the stairs to the deck. But once they emerged, Sansa was glad her friend had insisted. All around them stretched apple trees as far as the eye could see. The scent was intoxicating. She inhaled deeply, almost tasting the apples themselves. Later, Margaery handed Sansa an apple. We're less than a week from Highgarden now, Margaery said, and Sansa couldn't believe it. She had thought this journey would take much longer. Over the next few days, the scenery changed as they passed through fields filled with various crops: wheat, barley, peaches, grapes, apples, and fire plums. But it was the flowers that captivated Sansa. In Winterfell, the winter rose grew in the glass gardens, and to her, it was the most beautiful sight and the sweetest scent she had ever known. Seeing the flowers bloom so abundantly here almost matched that beauty. There are so many, she exclaimed to Margaery. If you think this is a lot, you're going to love the roses that grow at Highgarden, Margaery replied. At dinner that night, they excitedly talked about the rose garden and the pathway leading to Highgarden. Maega and Eleanor shared dreams of wearing flowers in their hair and dancing, while Elia spoke of the bards they would see once again. Sansa felt her excitement grow, imagining what her life would be like in the days to come. When she woke the next morning, they had finally arrived. Lord Mace had sent a large wheelhouse for them, and once their belongings were taken from the boat, they climbed inside. The roads were smoother than even those in the west, much to Lady Olenna's delight, as she enjoyed the comfortable ride. They had been traveling for less than an hour when Margaery ordered the wheelhouse to stop. She poked her head out the window and turned to Sansa. Come join me outside, she said, much to Olenna's annoyance. Margaery, we're almost home. Can we not do this another time? Olenna protested. No, grandmother. This is how Sansa should see Highgarden first, Margaery insisted, and they stepped outside. Look, Sansa, Margaery said, turning her around to reveal the most breathtaking sight she had ever seen. Both Winterfell and the Rock were large, imposing places, but this was something entirely different, something beautiful and vibrant. Highgarden was functional, designed for war rather than show. Sansa gazed at it in awe, thinking that it must have been built by the gods themselves. Nothing like this could have been created by mere mortals. The castle rose majestically from the surrounding fields, as if it had sprung from the earth itself. 3 rings of white stone walls encircled it, adorned with lush plants and vibrant flowers, while trees filled her vision. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but green, a place where winter seemed to have never dared to show its face. If Winterfell was built for snow, then Highgarden was built for sunlight and warmth. She stood there, mouth agape, marveling at the beauty before her. This was where she would be staying, where she would spend the next 6 or 7 years of her life. She couldn't wait for her new chapter to begin. It's beautiful, Margaery. I never want to leave, Sansa said, her voice filled with wonder. Margaery laughed, helping her back into the wheelhouse. As they set off again, Sansa could barely keep her head inside the vehicle, excitement bubbling inside her. It felt like an eternity before they finally arrived at the keep itself. Stepping out of the wheelhouse, she entered yet another dream. Margaery guided her through a labyrinth of laughter and chatter from her cousins. Emerging on the other side, the courtyard was just as breathtaking as the rest of the keep. Statues, fountains, and winding paths led to serene groves. In front of her stood Lord Mace, Lady Allery, Ser Garland, Leonette, and another man older than Ser Garland, leaning on a cane. She went through the formalities of greeting each of them again, noticing the older man staring at Fawn. Finally, she stood before him. Lady Sansa, may I present my son and heir, Lord Willis, Lord Mace announced. Lady Sansa, it's a pleasure to meet you, Willis said, leaning forward to kiss her hand. You too, Lord Willis, she replied, and when he smiled at her, she couldn't help but return his smile with one of her own. Meanwhile, in Old Town, Oberyn mused that Marwyn must have found a way to get into the coin, as he realized he hadn't been frequenting the usual low-rent establishments. Oberyn found himself in one of the better establishments in town, much to his relief. While he occasionally enjoyed visiting some of the lesser places, he preferred the comfort of this one. After all, he had the coin, so why not indulge a little? Elia was certainly making the most of their night out. Once he noticed the Maester was present, he allowed her to choose their entertainment for the evening. As he glanced at the boy and girl she had selected, he felt pleased with her choice. Tyrion looked shocked at the way Oberyn gazed at the boy, initially thinking he was meant for Elia. When he realized the boy was actually for Oberyn, he blushed, which Oberyn found amusing. It surprised him to see the dwarf speaking to an even younger boy, but he felt relieved when he noticed they were simply having a conversation and not making a transaction, even though some coin changed hands. What was that all about? Oberyn asked as the boy ran off. The lad knows this town better than I do, Tyrion replied with a chuckle. He seemed disinclined to accept the offer the man over there made him, so I paid for him for the duration of our visit. He can run errands for me and show me around while you're otherwise engaged. You've got a soft heart, Tyrion, Oberyn remarked. Look at him, Tyrion said, shaking his head. He's about Jon's age, maybe Loras's. Just thinking about what they might make him do. Oberyn nodded, sharing Tyrion's discomfort with the idea of children in places like this. Marwyn won't be long. I'll speak to him then. Will you not partake? My treat, Oberyn offered. Tyrion smiled. Then how could I refuse? The girl, a tall blonde, accompanied Tyrion as they left, leaving Oberyn to converse with the boy when he returned. The boy's name was Satin, and Oberyn was pleasantly surprised to find him far more intelligent than he had anticipated. While Elia lingered in the back, Oberyn found himself engaged in a deeper conversation with Satin, discovering that the boy knew some of the Maesters who frequented this place and was familiar with Marwyn. After telling him to grab himself some refreshments, they continued their discussion. Oberyn handed the boy some coin and asked him to fetch Marwyn if he tried to leave before he did. Oberyn, my love, what kept you? Elia moaned, her voice soft as the girl at her side suckled at her breast. Work before pleasure, my love. You know me, he replied, calling the boy over as he watched him undo his breeches. A few hours later, Satin returned. By then, Oberyn had moved on to the girl. When the boy saw him, he nodded, prompting Oberyn to rise and ask him to fetch Tyrion as well. Quickly dressing, Oberyn stepped outside and found the mage seated at a table, sipping from a drink. He took a seat opposite Marwyn. I heard you had returned to town, Marwyn said. What can I say? I missed you, Maester. From what I remember of you, my prince, you rarely miss. A few minutes later, Tyrion arrived, and Oberyn noticed Marwyn's strange look at him before something seemed to click in the mage's mind. Your eyes, they are mismatched, Marwyn observed. Is that what they were? Here I was thinking I was just drunk, Tyrion quipped with a grin. Marwyn stared at the dwarf for a moment longer before turning back to Oberyn. So, what's the real purpose of your visit, my prince? Marwyn asked. Oberyn handed him one of Rhaegar's letters addressed to Aemon. He watched as the maester read through it, his expression shifting to one of sadness. The realm lost its last hope when the last dragon fell. Without him, without them, we are all living our last days, Marwyn said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Do you believe in the prophecy? Tyrion inquired. Prophecy is a fickle mistress, my lord. What she may whisper in one man's ear, she may speak far differently to another, Marwyn replied. That doesn't answer my question, Tyrion pressed. Marwyn chuckled. That is my answer, my lord. But I'll give you another, without the last dragon, we are lost. Without the dragons that flew, even more so. My esteemed friends at the Citadel have doomed us all with their stupidity. With that, he took another sip from his drink. Oberyn downed his drink in one swift motion. You think they played a role? He asked, not bothering to glance at Tyrion. Who do you think killed all the dragons the last time? Gallant dragon slayers wielding swords? The world the Citadel is constructing has no room for sorcery, prophecy, or glass candles, let alone dragons. Ask yourself why Aemon Targaryen was permitted to waste his life on the wall when he should have been elevated to Archmaester. It was his blood that sealed his fate. He couldn't be trusted. No more than I can. Oberyn turned to Tyrion, who smiled back at him. The letters were right, Aemon was right. If there was one man who could be trusted, one man who could be relied upon, it was the one standing before them. Marwyn, we need to speak somewhere more private, somewhere no one can overhear, where your friends at the Citadel would never think to look for us, Oberyn said. Marwyn studied them both with intrigue. The Undercity, he replied. It's the only place we can go. The old woman's house, I'll meet you there. How can we find it? Tyrion asked. The boy knows where it is, Marwyn said, glancing at Satin, who stood off to the side. How do you know about the boy? Oberyn asked, even though he already had an idea. I am a mage, am I not? Marwyn chuckled, finishing his drink and standing up. The hour of the bat. Once he had left, Tyrion looked at Oberyn as if he wanted to say something, but Oberyn simply waved him off and got up to return to Elia. Where are you going? Tyrion asked. Oberyn smiled. It's a very long time until the hour of the bat, Tyrion, he said with a chuckle. In the end, it didn't take that long. They left Elia at the tavern, and then, along with a couple of guards and Satin, they made their way to the Undercity. As Oberyn spoke to the boy, he found him far more relaxed and intelligent than he had been in the brothel, almost as if he had been hiding his true self all along. Tyrion seemed to enjoy the boy's company even more than before. He led them effortlessly to meet Marwyn, knowing the easiest route to the old woman's place. Although calling it a house was generous, it was more of a shack, and a rundown one at that. Marwyn was already inside, so Tyrion left the guards to ensure they weren't disturbed while he and Oberyn entered. They hadn't discussed how much to reveal to the mage, but they both understood there were certain things they needed to keep to themselves. Oberyn knew that with Marwyn, there was a fine line between the truth he needed to know to help them and the information that might sway him to their side. Now, my prince, what can I help you with? Marwyn asked. Oberyn began to tell him about Whaleys, the discoveries they made in his journal, and what Rhaegar had written in his letters. They intentionally left out the parts about Lyanna and Jon before moving on to Crelin. It seemed that Whaleys didn't pique Marwyn's interest. Perhaps he already knew about him, or maybe he felt it wasn't their main concern. Oberyn couldn't tell. But when they mentioned Crelin, Marwyn leaned in, his eagerness palpable, almost licking his lips in anticipation of adding to the conversation. Whaleys' father still lives, Walgrave, though the man is losing his wits. But he's a good friend of Theobald, so he keeps his chain, Marwyn said, a look of disgust crossing his face as he spoke both names. Crelin? Tyrion asked. One of Theobald's protégés, though not very bright. Is he dead? Marwyn inquired, even though they hadn't hinted at his fate. Why would you say that? Tyrion asked, narrowing his eyes at Marwyn. If the prince is here and suspects him this strongly, I wouldn't say you let the man live, Marwyn replied. He killed my mother, Tyrion said, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. Then he deserved to die, my lord, Marwyn said. But there is more. There are things you're not telling me. Things you keep to yourself. I want to know why, Oberyn said. We don't trust you, Marwyn replied with a laugh. Good, then you're learning. We need to know who we can trust. There are some names we trust more than others, Oberyn continued. Marwyn looked at him thoughtfully. You are one. Maester Luwin of Winterfell is another, and Loamra, the former Maester of Dragonstone. Aemon Targaryen is the last, he's the only one whose trust is unequivocal. I know Luwin and Loamra, though he left the Order many years ago. Aemon is the best man I know, you're right to trust him. But this is about more than just finding out that Maesters have their own agendas. If Aemon is who you trust completely, this is about dragons, or, more precisely, the family who controlled them. Both Tyrion and Oberyn sat in silence, avoiding eye contact as Marwyn continued. The child, Marwyn said, a broad smile revealing his red-stained teeth. The prince, he lives. What child? Oberyn asked, but Marwyn seemed lost in thought, his eyes closed. I will help you root them out, all of them. The prince lives and must be protected, otherwise, we are all lost. He will need help. 4 of us will not be enough, and you will be betrayed. I can do something, yes, I can use this. Names. I'll find you the names, Marwyn declared. Tyrion glanced at Oberyn, worry etched on his face, but Oberyn was smiling. They had piqued Marwyn's interest, and he knew that once they had done that, nothing else would matter to the mage. Still, the mention of prophecy nagged at him, and he couldn't help but ask, this prophecy, this danger you seem to think we're destined to face, the thing the prince is the only one to save us from, what is it? The prince that was promised will birth dragons from stone, Marwyn replied earnestly. He will wield the light and bring the dawn. Without him, we are lost. He must be protected, he must be saved, or none of us can be. The old woman spoke, causing both Jon and Tyrion to turn their heads in her direction. It was 294 AC at Casterly Rock. Jon had lost 3 times in the past 3 days, Loras, Brienne, and Cregan had all defeated him far too easily. Though his arm had healed, he was out of practice, slower, and his moves had become far too predictable. As he sat on the wall overlooking Brienne besting Cregan, he heard Walder talking to Jors. He tried not to eavesdrop, but when he heard his name, curiosity got the better of him. He's missing her, that's all, Walder said softly. He is, though I didn't think it would affect his spars, Jors replied. Daeron says a clear mind is needed, and Jon's mind is not clear. Give him time. He'll be back up to speed soon. Jon would have liked to agree with them, but it was more than just missing Margaery that clouded his thoughts. It was Ligeron. He longed to speak to his dragon, to connect with him as he did with Rhaenys. Sometimes, in his mind, he could hear Ligeron calling for him. It was as if a door opened, allowing him to reassure his son. But on other occasions, it felt like he was being shut out, and he didn't understand why. Sarella was also struggling with Ligeron. While she couldn't comprehend what Rhaenys said, they could communicate and understand each other to some degree. Ligeron, however, remained a mystery to her. He was aggressive, too. Sarella had been scratched so often that she had started keeping her arms covered more often than not. Adding to his worries was Joy, who was taking their departures hard. Explaining that they needed to leave, that she would see them again but not for some time, was difficult. He could tell she felt a little abandoned. She had enjoyed having friends at the Rock. With the first problem of distance unsolvable for now and the second one leaving him at a loss for how to address it, Jon decided to focus on the situation at hand. Instead of participating in the sparring match, Jon decided to seek out Jenna. Cregan, take my place against Loras, will you? I have something I need to do, he shouted. Cregan smiled and moved to face his friend. Jon found Jenna, Daisy, and Jaime gathered around a table, reviewing household expenses. They looked surprised to see him. He had noticed that Jaime had been spending even more time with Daisy since her illness, but it was a relief to see her looking well. Jon, is everything all right? Jaime asked. My lord. I wanted to speak to Lady Jenna about Joy. Joy? Jenna asked, her curiosity piqued. She hasn't been herself since Sansa and Margaery left, my lady. I think she misses having friends around. I was wondering if there's anything we can do to help her. Jenna paused for a moment, then smiled, which eased Jon's worry. She seemed to have an idea, one he hoped would work well for Joy. We could gather some girls for her. It might be early to have ladies around, but yes, this would be good for her. Leave it to me, Jon. He nodded and started to leave, but Daisy glanced at Jaime, who nodded back, prompting her to speak. Jon, Daisy and I have some news, Jaime said. I'm with child, Daisy announced, her face lighting up with a large smile. My lady, my lord, I'm incredibly happy for you both, truly, Jon responded, realizing now what Daisy's illness had been. But then, his thoughts drifted to his own birth, to Jaime's mother's death, and to his grandmother's experiences at the hands of the Maester. His expression darkened, and Jaime noticed immediately. We've taken steps, Jon. Kevin is hiring some healers from Essos. Some were recommended by our contacts there. Daisy will have the very best care. Don't worry, Jaime assured him. Jon nodded, relief washing over him. I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't mean to. No, Jon, it's good that you worry. It means a lot to me knowing you care. Father, Daisy said. Jon felt a wave of relief wash over him as he walked back to his room. Ghost stayed close by his side, especially now that Dusk was with Cregan. His cousin had been overjoyed the day Jon had gone to speak with him, accompanied by the Black Wolf. Cregan settled in quickly, but Ashera was still adjusting. Arthur had suggested she take on tutoring duties for Joy, which helped her somewhat, especially seeing her son with Jon. Yet, Jon sensed a lingering sadness around her. When he spoke to her about his uncle, it was clear she still missed him and loved him deeply. Jon wondered what that felt like, losing the love of your life and having to move forward, to carry on for the sake of a child. Would his own mother have felt the same? Would she have been sad all these years later if she were here? Would she resent him, hate him, see him as a reminder of what she lost? As he entered his room, those thoughts quickly faded. Father, he heard clearly in his mind and turned to see his son on the ground. Something was very wrong. Jon rushed to the bronze dragon, where Sarella leaned over it, Rhenix chirping anxiously beside her. He picked his son up and looked into his eyes, searching for the door but finding it firmly closed. Please, son, let me in. Please let me in, he said, his voice filled with panic. Suddenly, the door swung wide open, and he was inside. The mind of a dragon was unlike anything he could have imagined. He had warred into many animals before, but with Rhenix, he had never fully done so. It felt wrong somehow. Instead, it had been more of a connection he formed. With Ghost, it was something entirely different. He was a welcomed guest in his wolf's mind, a favored visitor, and Ghost always made room for him. Now, within Ligeron's mind, it felt like being lost in a wild, open wilderness, and he desperately needed direction. Then, he spotted a light in the distance and walked toward it, discovering a tower he recognized all too well. This time, however, there were people. As Jon moved through the familiar surroundings, he spotted Arthur alongside a man clad in armor adorned with a black bat. Ser Oswell went. A bittersweet smile crossed Jon's face as he recalled one of his first protectors. He passed them and ascended the stairs, finding the door ajar. Stepping inside, he saw his father and mother lying on the bed, his father's hand resting gently on his mother's swollen belly. He is resting, my love. Don't disturb him, his mother said softly. I shall try not to, though I long to hold him in my arms, to see his face, Jon replied. Do you really have to go? His mother asked, concern etched in her voice. My father commands it. They march, Lyanna, your brother, Robert, Jon Arryn. They march, and if they are not stopped, I fear for Elia and the children. If I don't march to intervene, I dread what my father might do to punish them. Be safe, my love. Come back to me. Come back to us, his mother said, pressing her lips to his in a tender kiss. Suddenly, Jon found himself outside, watching as his father mounted his horse, flanked by his guards, ready to leave. Ser Gerald had joined Arthur and Oswell, but Jon's gaze remained fixed on his father. It was as if he was riding toward his own death, and Jon felt a deep sense of complicity in that fate. Yet, witnessing his father smile, the hope in his eyes, made the impending cruelty all the more unbearable. As his father turned to ride away, Jon shouted after him, his voice breaking with emotion. "Father, don't go. Don't go." His father glanced back, almost as if he heard him, but then turned and rode on. Jon fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why show me this? Why let me see? The roar of a dragon filled the air, and he turned to see the bronze dragon soaring over the tower, its gaze fixed upon him. As it landed, it spoke, "Time is a river, father. You must learn how to sail it." "How?" Jon asked, desperation in his voice. "Use it. Use what you have. The magic in your blood is the wind that will power the ship, allowing you to sail." "Ship?" Jon echoed, puzzled. "Magic needs a focus," the dragon replied. "A conduit, you have what you need. Use it, use them. Learn to sail, father, for in time you'll need it." Jon woke up on the floor, disoriented and unsure of how long he had been out. He heard his sister's voice and Sorella's concerned murmurs. Their tone suggested they weren't overly worried, so he guessed it hadn't been long. "Why did you do that?" Rhaenys asked. "What do you mean it wasn't you?" Ligeron chirped back, more questions following in his excited tones. "What gods?" "Ray, I'm unharmed," Jon reassured her, gently stroking both dragons. Ligeron chirped happily, echoing the joyful sounds that Rhaenys made. Once he calmed his sister and Sarella, and ensured that Ligeron felt no ill effects from their shared experience, his dragon's cheerful chirps confirming this, Jon stood up and approached the chest. He took out the glass candles, holding the green one in his hand. As he examined it, memories flooded back to him. It was time to learn how to sail through time. Closing his eyes, he heard Sarella gasp as the candle lit up, followed by a louder gasp when she saw her father and Tyrion talking to a man with a broken nose. "How?" she asked, but Jon remained silent as the images shifted. He saw Arya drawing a bow and hitting a target while an older woman looked on with approval. Robb laughed on a majestic ship, sailing with Ser Wendell. Richard was speaking to a woman in a shack, a man standing guard nearby. Cregan and Loras were fighting to a draw as Arthur observed, and Joy was being taught by Ashera, with Geryon standing at the door, smiling. When he spotted Sansa and Fawn talking to Willis, his heart raced as Margaery and Leonette walked by. He tried to concentrate, eager to see more of her, but the images kept changing and flashing even faster. He gasped as he released the candle, needing to steady himself to avoid falling to the floor. Once he regained his balance, he placed the glass candle back and stumbled before collapsing onto his knees. He settled into bed, his exhaustion overwhelming him, and he fell asleep almost instantly. He knew he would need to train, just as he had with his sword in his studies. Training was essential. Tyrion had once told him that a mind needed books just as a sword needed whetstones. But what did magic require? Highgarden, 294 AC, Olenna was eager to get started upon her return. There was much to do, and while she would leave the settling in of Sansa to her granddaughter and her good daughter, she was ready to dive into the important work herself. Without hesitation, she headed straight to Mace's Solar. It was no surprise to find him organizing a feast to welcome them home, as if that alone was a monumental achievement. However, once he spotted her, he quickly shifted his focus from what he deemed his most important task to discussing matters of actual significance, much to her relief. "I sent the new offer to Lord Stark, Mother," he said, looking her way. "And what was it?" she asked. "A quarter discount and the opportunity for future business," he replied, and she nodded, pleased with his efforts. "What about the crown?" she inquired. We've received no reply, Mother. None? Not even from the Hand or the Master of Coin? None at all. That was surprising. She had expected Jon Arryn to make some move or demand something. Still, it was better that this happened while she was present rather than Mace receiving it in her absence. She tried not to chuckle at the panic he would have experienced. Is there anything else I need to know? A letter from Renly Baratheon, he said. He suggested he might come to visit in the near future if that's acceptable, Mother. Did you reply? I did. I told him he would be more than welcome, Mace said, though something in his tone struck her as off. Mace, she said, watching him gulp. I just thought that since we're not looking at Prince Tommen, perhaps Lord Renly and Margaery would hit it off. He's Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, Mother, the king's own brother. And a man who likely had no interest in betting Margaery under any circumstances. Under no circumstances, she thought, though she kept her thoughts to herself. We will not be betrothing Margaery to anyone for a long time, Mace. Do you understand? Mother, he replied indignantly. A long time, Mace, well after she's flowered. Do you understand? I do, he huffed, turning to walk out the door. Then he paused. Mother, the bastard, he's a good lad and all, but a bastard all the same. Is it wise for him to be so friendly with Margaery? That boy will be a powerful ally in the future, and he is his father's son. Margaery will be perfectly safe with him, Mace, she assured him. Mace nodded, a smile creeping onto his face as he left. Olenna found her grandson talking to Margaery about the dire wolf. She shook her head. If Sansa Stark had just been a ward, Olenna might have prohibited her from bringing the beast here. But after seeing Ghost and knowing how Jon felt about the wolves, and that it was he who gifted her the animal, things were very different. She waited until her grandson finished speaking to Margaery, then signaled for him to follow. It was time to find out what had happened while she was away. You're looking well, grandmother. A good journey? He asked. Very, she replied as they walked into her solar and took a seat. Now tell me what I've missed. Where do you wish me to start, here or Essos? You found the dragons? She asked, curiosity piqued. No, but I found news of them. Are you sure about Viserys, grandmother? From my reading, he seems far too much like Joffrey or his grandfather. I'd not like to see him anywhere near my sister, Willis said, a look of disgust crossing his face. Olenna couldn't help it, she laughed and laughed, so much so that Willis began to look at her strangely, even worriedly. Grandmother, he asked. If only I'd had this knowledge before I went west, I would have felt less of a fool, she said, still chuckling. Grandmother, he repeated, confused. Move closer, Willis. There's something you should know. She told him everything then. Jon, this is who he really is, she began, revealing the truth about the Maesters and her agreement with the Lannisters. She explained the real reason for withdrawing their support from Robert. What if they try to deceive us, grandmother? Use our support without giving us the marriage? Willis asked, concern etched on his face. We have nothing to fear there, Willis. Margaery will be queen, I'm certain of that. But I don't understand. If the boy knows he's king, then why keep the betrothal a secret from him? This won't just be a political alliance, Willis. You've seen the gifts the king has sent your sister. Speak to her about him just once, and you'll understand how she feels. If you talk to Jon, you'd see the same. They will choose to marry, even if we hadn't already agreed to it. The Lannisters have no desire for their own blood on the throne. Lord Jaime loves the king as if he were his own son. Trust me on this, Willis. For the first time in years, we may end up with a good man on the throne. And a good woman, he added, and she nodded in agreement. Now, what else should I know? He then shared the strange events happening in the Riverlands, mentioning Ser Brynden and Lady Catelyn both making their way to Riverrun. She realized her suspicions were correct, and she hoped whoever the Lannisters used was aware of this. Her immediate instinct was to send a raven, but she knew she couldn't, not until they were sure of Lomais's loyalty. We need to handle our letters carefully, Willis. Until we know more, we must assume Lomais is not on our side. Tarly's maester is definitely involved, but we need to determine if we can trust our own. I won't risk him on anything until I do. We can bring in Eleonora from the town. She's a healer, a good one. If we're unsure about Lomais, she can help. As for the letters, I might be able to do something with the Hawks, but it'll take time. Do it. If we can take control of sending. It can only be beneficial to share our own letters, Willis said. Speaking of Tarly, I heard a disturbing rumor about his son. Samwell or Dickon? She asked. Samwell, he replied, then continued, apparently, he was beaten in a sparring match so badly that Tarly had him dressed and paraded in his mother's clothing, just to teach him how to be a man. The boy's not cut out for fighting, but he has a keen mind, grandmother. Very keen. Out with it, she said, looking at him intently. What? You have an idea. What is it? I was thinking, he said, I spoke with him briefly on Margaery's last name day. He expressed a desire to become a maester but knew his father would never pay for his studies. Perhaps if we were to support him, he'd be grateful. She looked at him, almost grinning inside. Thank the gods it skipped a generation. If he and Margaery hadn't come along, she'd have been stuck with more maces. Margaery has a nameday feast coming up soon. Make sure the lad is there. I'll speak to him myself to be certain, but an ally in the Citadel that we can trust would be an asset. As you say, grandmother, Willis said, standing up to leave. Oh, and speak to Lady Sansa. Make her feel welcome, she added. Willis glared at her. Grandmother, she's a child. As were we all once. Speak to her about the dire wolf if she has nothing else of interest to you, she said, noticing her grandson's curiosity rising. As you command, grandmother, he replied smugly, though she allowed that to pass. Old Town, 294 AC, Tyrion found that spending weeks in Old Town with Oberyn Martell was exhausting. During the day, he discovered that the prince, like him, loved to read. They had visited the Citadel as guests, and while their access was limited to certain books, Tyrion felt right at home. It surprised him that Oberyn also had a thirst for knowledge. What was even more surprising, though, was how their welcome seemed to shift from friendly to something else entirely. One day, they barely attracted any attention, and the next, certain maesters regarded them with suspicion. Some even went out of their way to be in the library whenever they were present. One evening, when Satin brought him a note from Marwyn, the reason became clear. Jaime had informed the maesters of Craylan's death, prompting questions about them. The fact that only certain maesters were involved indicated to him that not all were aware of the situation. Ah, Lord Tyrion, an interesting tome, don't you think? Archmaester Ebrose remarked, glancing at the book Tyrion was reading, Maester Acklard's History of the Great Houses. Indeed, Archmaester, though it's nothing I haven't read before, Tyrion replied. Ha! Another who wishes for access to higher learning. Forge a link like your friend there, and you too shall be granted access, Ebrose joked as he walked away. That man is an idiot, Oberyn smirked. Perhaps that's the secret to becoming an Archmaester, only idiots need apply, Tyrion laughed. While their days were spent reading, their nights were devoted to a very different kind of learning. By the end of their first moon, he assumed they had sampled every brothel and every worthy courtesan in Old Town. Oberyn's appetite seemed only surpassed by Illyria's. He had even received an invitation to share a bed with the prince and his lover. While the offer was tempting, he had no desire to either insult the prince by being with his beloved or to miss out on the experience himself, so he politely declined. The boy Satin proved to be a godsend, quick and witty when challenged, yet quiet and respectful when not. He delivered messages between Marwyn, Elia, Oberyn, and himself whenever they weren't together. Satin had revealed that he was born in a brothel and had been raised there, sold to men for several years, even at his tender age. This revelation gave Tyrion pause. Their time in Old Town was drawing to a close, and Marwyn would soon provide them with what they needed. He learned quickly that they would have to move on, but the question remained, what to do about the boy. Satin, Tyrion called. My lord? Satin replied. Do you wish to go back to the brothel? I have no choice, my lord. Where else am I to go? If a place could be found for you, a role more suited to your talents, would that be to your liking? He asked, noticing the boy's curious expression. My lord? I find myself in need of a page, a squire, or a steward. Would that interest you? The boy's eyes lit up for a moment but then dimmed just as quickly. My lord, a man such as yourself cannot have someone like me in your employ. It would not be seemly. Do I look like I care about what is seemly, lad? Tyrion laughed. Let me worry about that. Would it interest you? Greatly, my lord, Satin said, a spark of hope returning. That night, Tyrion paid the brothel owner 3 gold dragons for the boy, feeling a knot in his stomach as he did so. But Satin was free now, and his life would be better. It wasn't as if he would become a slave or need to sell himself. Oberyn laughed when Tyrion told him, but Elia regarded him with warmth. Satin was like her, a bastard, a flowers, not a sand, but a brother all the same. Tyrion knew that had he not already been in her favor, this act alone would have earned him a friend. The next day, they met with Marwyn in the old woman's house. Tyrion was relieved she wasn't there, her unsettling thoughts about Jon still haunted him. Now they knew Marwyn had figured it out himself. Tyrion left it to Oberyn to decide if the mage could be trusted, knowing that if the need arose, the Dornish prince wouldn't hesitate to do what was necessary. Ah, the giant of Casterly Rock and the prince of vipers. What fine company the mage keeps now, Marwyn said with a laugh as they entered. What have you found? Oberyn asked, his irritation palpable. Much, but not enough. These men keep their secrets well. I have names, but few outside these walls. And not enough inside. Some I can swear by, though, which should add to your list of 4. Who? Tyrion asked. Miles, Lomeis, Vyman. They are good men, you can be assured they're not directly involved. What about Caliot? Oberyn inquired. Marwyn shook his head, and Tyrion reached out a hand to calm Oberyn. Your maester is a good friend of Theobald's. They studied together and keep in touch often. What about my brother's illness? Oberyn pressed. I do not know if they caused it, my prince, but Miles should be placed in charge of his treatments, all his treatments, Marwyn replied. Who else? Tyrion asked. Theobald, obviously, and Walgrave too, though the old fool is barely sure of what he's done. Theobald may lead them now, but I have my doubts about some of the others. I have no proof, you see. I need more time. Outside? Tyrion prompted. Coleman, Kielot, Kraylin, you know of them. Crescent too, Arden, Pycelle obviously. There are more, but I need more time. I need more time. Tyrion was dumbfounded. The Vale, Dragonstone, Casterly Rock, Sunspear, King's Landing, almost all the great houses. Then he began to wonder, why not Highgarden and Storm's End? Why not the north again? I don't understand it. Storm's End? He said. Marwyn shook his head. Highgarden? The north? What about them? Oberyn asked. These maesters are almost in all of the great houses. The north had Whaleys until Luwin arrived, Lomeis is at Highgarden, and the maester at Storm's End? Jern, Marwyn said. How are they not part of this? Why are they different? Marwyn sat in silence for a moment, then looked at them with a smile on his face. Timing, Lord Tyrion. Timing. Luwin was named in 282, Jern II, and Lomei some years earlier. But in 282, Archmaester Lardis was the seneschal. He would have had the final say on the appointments. They mustn't have been in a position to challenge. He paused, suddenly looking up at those crafty bastards, Tyrion said. What? Oberyn asked. They changed the rules. The seneschal used to be appointed yearly, but when Theobald pushed for it, they made it a life appointment. They must have realized their folly. So now they handle the appointments? Tyrion inquired. The seneschal does. Oh, this is too good. Your new maester, I've seen the man they want. Trust me, my lord, he's the last person we need anywhere near the prince. I'll handle this personally. Inform your brother, my lord. If any maester other than Jardine arrives, do not trust him. And if it's Jardine? Tyrion asked. Then trust him as much as you would trust me. We don't trust you, Oberyn said, and Marwyn laughed. Good. The prince must be safe. I've done what I can for now. I'll keep in touch if I'm successful. And if not? Oberyn pressed. Then mourn my passing, for I shall be dead. Marwyn stood up and prepared to leave. Ah, I almost forgot, Loamra. You can find him in Pentos, he works as a healer there. He's a good man. Bring him home if you can. No one will serve the prince better than he. Chapter 65, Sleeping with the Fishes. Riverrun, 294 AC. The Blackfish stood watching as his nephew missed his first arrow. It was annoying. When he missed the second, it became embarrassing. By the time he missed the third, it was downright shameful. Stepping forward, the Blackfish grabbed the bow, lit the arrow, and without even looking, he fired it. The arrow struck the boat that carried his brother's body. He turned and walked away, leaving the new Lord of Riverrun to stew in his shame, if the boy even felt any. Finding the maester, along with his niece and nephew, standing over his brother's body had been a shock. The lack of grief on his nephew's face was worrisome, but at least his niece had shown her sorrow, which relieved him somewhat. He had known his brother was ill. He had heard enough of his coughing upon his arrival for that not to be a surprise. But that his brother had died not long after they had spoken about the future was both shocking and suspicious to him. The fact that his nephew displayed so little sadness at the passing of his father sent his mind into areas he would rather not explore. I'm sorry for your loss, old friend, Jonos said as he approached. I thank you, Jonos. Come, I find myself in dire need of a drink, the Blackfish replied. Both men walked into the hall and took their seats beside Lord Jason Mallister, Lord Raymondary, and Lady Shella went. Thankfully, the Freys had chosen to sit closer to the high table. Although he caught his niece and nephew looking at him throughout the night, he found he didn't care. Instead, he drank and shared memories of his brother with people who actually respected him, those who had known Hoster to be a good man despite his faults. So, what's next for you, Brynden? Will you be coming back to help run the Riverlands? Lord Jason asked. No, I'll be heading back to the Vale as soon as I can, the Blackfish answered, noting the worried looks exchanged among the four at the table. Spit it out, Jason, Brynden said, directing his gaze toward the Mallister Lord. Your nephew is not suited to be Lord, Brynden, certainly not Lord Paramount, Jason replied, and he noticed the others nodding in agreement. Shella, he asked, turning to his kin. Jason speaks the truth, Brynden. The boy is far too impetuous and overly concerned with appearances. That affair in King's Landing is proof enough. No matter how many tried to talk him out of it, he pushed forward. A lord who won't accept counsel is a poor one, and I fear for us under his stewardship. He is the Lord of Riverrun by all rights of gods and men, Lord Paramount too. Speaking out against him won't do any good, Brynden said, shaking his head. No, but it needs to be said. This situation with the young lad, Snow, it worries me, Brynden. It worries me greatly, Jonos added. You think he'd try to do something to the lad? Brynden asked, already knowing the answer. He already did, here and in King's Landing, Raymond said, his voice laced with anger. The boy was attacked by bandits here, and King's Landing was just a drunken affair, Brynden countered. Not the next morning it wasn't. He was sober in the hall when he tried to take the lad's hand. As for the attack here, they were no more bandits than I am a fry, Raymond retorted. You're speaking out against your liege, Raymond, Brynden said, his anger rising. Aye, but none of it's lies, Brynden. You know this, otherwise, you would have punched me in the face by now. I still might, Brynden shot back, prompting a chuckle from Shella and Jonos. Stay a bit, Brynden. At least see what his plans are. Should any of us ask, he likely wouldn't tell us, but you're his uncle. He wouldn't keep them from you, Lord Jason suggested. And what would you have me do? As I said, he's the Lord. I have no power here. It's not about power, old friend. I'm telling you this because of how long we've known each other. But should he call my banners, he may not get them, Jonos warned. Refuse the call? He asked, stunned. And I'm not the only one. Oh, don't get me wrong, for a just cause, I'll rally. But I fear we may be forced into something far from just. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. As he listened to the others speak, it became clear that at least 4 of his nephew's most important bannermen were disinclined to accept him as their liege. Over the course of the night, things only worsened. His nephew insulted both Lord Jason's son, Patrek, and Raymond Derry to the point where they left, with Lord Jason following after his son. All because they dared to attend the wedding of Jaime Lannister. He also caught the phrase whispering among themselves on more than one occasion. Kat, on the other hand, was a gracious host. She moved through the room expertly, and while she couldn't undo all the damage his nephew had caused, she managed to prevent it from escalating further. By the end of the night, it was clear he would have no choice but to stay far longer than he had hoped. Lying in bed that night, he dreamt of his brother calling him, trying to tell him something. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His sleep was fitful, to say the least. The next morning, he broke his fast alone. His nephew had slept in, and Kat had risen early to oversee the household, checking if there were any needs for more or fewer servants and ensuring that stocks and supplies were up to date. He found himself wandering the corridors, eventually standing outside his nephew's room, reflecting on the morning he had been summoned, the morning they found his brother's body. Just 1 week earlier, he had stood there, watching Kat sob hysterically and Edmure standing there with a blank expression on his face. Vyman knelt over Hoster's body, filled with questions. Why had his brother come here? Why go to Edmure's room in the middle of the night? The conversations he had shared with his brother were still fresh in his mind. In his mind, this moment felt completely wrong. However, when the Maester stepped forward, he made it clear that this outcome wasn't unexpected. The illness had been far worse than his brother had let on. I tried to get him to rest more, to take it easy, but he refused to listen, the Maester explained. Had he done so, would it have made a difference? Brynden asked. Some, Ser Brynden, but the nature of the illness, the shortness of breath, could have struck him at any time, the Maester replied. Why was he here? Brynden turned to Edmure. He wished to speak to me about something, but before he could, the coughing began. I tried to help, I really did, Edmure said, his voice heavy with regret. Brynden nodded, his gaze drifting back to his brother. As he stood there, staring at the ground, Brynden pondered several things. His nephew had immediately moved to the Lord's chambers, and at the time, he hadn't thought much of it. He had assumed Edmure would rather be anywhere else after witnessing this, but now he questioned everything. Was there more to it? Was Edmure worried there was something in Hoster's chambers, something he didn't want discovered? I know he's my own son, but what am I supposed to do? Brynden found himself replaying the last conversation he had with his brother over and over, dissecting every sentence and word, trying to see if he had missed something. Had his brother intended to do something about Edmure? Had he gone to his room to act or speak? And if so, what did that mean? Was he genuinely contemplating what Brynden feared? Was he truly considering his nephew a kinslayer? Uncle, there you are. Edmure is looking for both of us, Cat said, pulling him from his thoughts. Oh, sorry. I was miles away, he replied, shaking his head. I know. It's hard to think about him, knowing he's not here anymore, she said, wiping her eyes. Come on, we'd better not keep the Lord waiting, she added, managing a half-smile. As they entered his brother's, no, his nephew's, Solar, Brynden fought against the weight of his thoughts. Brynden's thoughts swirled in his mind, but fortunately, Edmure was about to give him something else to focus on. Can you believe Darry and Mallister last night? How dare they treat their lord with such disrespect? Edmure exclaimed. Edmure, Cat chided him. No, Cat, they were out of order. Who do they think they are? Edmure replied, his face twisted in a sneer. You are the disrespectful one. If you don't change your ways, you'll have no bannermen to call upon, Brynden pointed out. Edmure shot him a glare, while Cat looked perturbed before she spoke. What do you mean, uncle? This Jon Snow business, it needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. Your bannermen are discussing it, and I'll say this once more to be clear, I will not be a party to it. If you wish to keep them, and me, in your corner, it ends now. He locked eyes with Edmure, who was turning red in the face, and then looked at Cat, who nodded and reached out to touch Edmure's arm. Very well, Edmure said, and Brynden breathed a sigh of relief. Aye, very well, Cat echoed. Now, uncle, as for why I asked to see you, I actually need your help. You have it. Just name it, Brynden replied, relieved that the talk of Jon Snow seemed to be forgotten. I need to travel to King's Landing to swear fealty to the king, and Cat has asked to come with me. While I could leave other rides as Castellan, I believe family would present a better appearance, Edmure explained. It wouldn't do otherwise. Fine, I'll stay until you come back, Brynden agreed. Edmure and Cat smiled at him. Then we'll leave on the morrow. It's a long journey, and I want to see us back as soon as we can. Meanwhile, in 294 AC, Tyrion had sent Satin, along with some guards and letters to Jaime and Jon in Casterly Rock. Originally, he had planned to travel back himself. But Oberyn had convinced him to join him on the trip to Pentos, and in the end, he had agreed, though he wasn't sure if it was for the same reasons or simply because he wanted to see Essos. Tyrion couldn't quite tell what to expect. Now, as they prepared to make a stop in Dorne, he would soon meet Prince Doran and witness firsthand how he would react to the revelation of Jon's true identity. They had already passed Salt Shore and Lemonwood and were approaching Sunspear, where he would meet Doran's children before continuing on to the Water Gardens to see the prince himself. Oberyn seemed eager to reunite with his brother, as well as with Caliad and Miles, though if Tyrion were to guess, it was for very different reasons. We're almost there, my friend. I look forward to showing you the delights of my homeland, Oberyn said with a smirk. I thought this was purely a business trip, Tyrion joked. All work and no play makes Oberyn a very dull boy. I would have thought our time in Old Town would have shown you that, Elia chimed in, kissing Oberyn on the lips. Aye, that it did. But I'm not stopping off in Lys, he replied, a little more seriously. You lions are no fun at all, Oberyn laughed as the docks of Sunspear came into view. Waiting for them was a large contingent, but Tyrion was surprised to see no royals among them. Apparently, they were expecting a Lannister, not a Martell. He looked forward to their surprise at both. His guards carried only a small trunk with changes of clothing, leaving even his books on board while he traveled to meet Doran. When the guards spotted Prince Oberyn, one of them laughed and quickly ran back through the city toward the keep. Immediately, carriages were called, and he, Oberyn, and Elia were escorted to the seat of House Martell. As they neared the old palace, Tyrion couldn't help but admire its beauty, rising almost directly out of the sand, with its spear tower reaching high into the sky. "Welcome home, my prince," he heard a voice say, and he turned to see Ser Demon and Prince Oberyn's daughters approaching the carriage as it came to a stop. "Ser Demon, is everything well?" Tyrion asked. "It is, my prince. It seems our own gift was added to one previously given." "Ser Amory Lorch suffered exactly as we were told," Ser Demon replied, looking at Tyrion and nodding. "My nephew did the work himself. I look forward to seeing the results." "Is it here?" Tyrion inquired eagerly. "It is. Both he and the mountain have been given pride of place. I'm sure you'll enjoy what our prince did with them," Ser Manfrey said as he led the rest of the party toward them. Oberyn said, "Lord Tyrion, may I present my nephew, Prince Quentyn, and my niece, the heiress of Dorne, Princess Arianne." A small, frog-faced boy and a girl who was anything but made their way toward him. "Why is there a Lannister here?" Quentyn asked, his face contorting in disgust. "Lord Tyrion is a guest of our uncle and will be treated with the same respect and welcome he gave our family in Lannisport, Quentyn. Is that understood?" Princess Arianne said with a smile. The boy merely huffed, barely paying attention to her words. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a woman who took his breath away, a woman who surprisingly wasn't much taller than he was. Arianne was simply stunning. She was buxom and curvaceous, using her figure to her advantage. Her dress was both revealing and modest at the same time. When she caught him looking, he expected disgust, but to his surprise, there was none. In fact, it seemed to encourage her to flirt even more. "Now, shall we head inside? I'm sure our guest would enjoy a drink." "Lord Tyrion, if you'd accompany me," she said, holding out her arm for him to take. The difference in height was both a blessing and a challenge for him. He was more accustomed to escorting much taller women to feasts and balls, often feeling foolish as they had to bend down for him to take their arm. But with Arianne, there was no need for bending at all. As he turned to speak to her, he found his eye level was directly in line with her chest, where he soon. Tyrion discovered that Arianne's figure was striking, her confidence evident as she moved. "Enjoying the view, my lord?" she asked playfully, flashing him a smile as she gestured toward the golden dome of the Tower of the Sun. "It's an unexpected delight, princess. I find myself longing to explore it more thoroughly," he replied, his gaze fixed on her before he pointed to the colorful stained glass windows. "Not many people get to explore it directly." "Why should you be any different?" she challenged, raising an eyebrow and smirking at him. "Not many would appreciate it as much as I do, nor take the time to fully enjoy it, to relish it, to immerse themselves in it," he said, and she smiled as they approached their destination. Ahead was the throne room, with a dais featuring two identical seats. He watched as Arianne walked up and sat down, her dress revealing much of her leg. "Uncle, please sit beside me. You'll enjoy the view even more," Arianne said playfully, and Oberyn took the seat next to her. Tyrion observed as she pointed into the distance, prompting a loud laugh from Oberyn, which made him turn to look. Hanging above the door were the heads of the Mountain and Lorch, along with another he didn't recognize. In the open mouths of the Mountain and Lorch were what could only be their manhoods, creating an imposing yet comical sight. He joined in the laughter as drinks were brought, the Dornish wine a welcome respite after the Arbor Gold he'd been drinking for the past couple of months. After a few glasses, he felt the need to change before dinner that night and was surprised when Arianne herself accompanied him to his room. They stood outside, and just as he was about to enter, she looked at him, her tongue wetting her lips. "I was wondering if you really are the littlest lion," she said suddenly, reaching out to touch him. "Apparently not. This is good to know." Perhaps if you're a good lion, I'll hear you roar, she said, walking away from him. He watched her, captivated by the fullness of her figure, just as much as he had been by her chest when she had touched him. Turning to head into his room, he felt the tightness of his breeches, a reminder of his desire. Sighing, he thought, "It could never be you, fool," as he closed the door behind him. Highgarden, 294 AC, Olenna was busy making preparations for Margaery's nameday celebration when her work was interrupted twice, first by a letter from Jon Arryn and then by a visit from Baelor Hightower. The letter was something she had anticipated, and it posed a potential problem. The visit from Baelor was surprising only because of the letter he carried. Sitting in her solar, she waited for Willis, who had been spending more time with Sansa Stark. Initially, he had done so because Sansa had asked him to, then out of a desire to see more of the dire wolf. Lately, however, it was clear he genuinely enjoyed her company. Although Sansa was far too young for a match at the moment, Olenna was grateful that the two were becoming friendly and comfortable around each other. Thanks to Margaery, her granddaughter had already taken Sansa under her wing. Given what Olenna had discovered about Sansa during their first lessons, it was essential. To call Sansa naive would be an understatement. She was simply uneducated in the finer points of politics. Olenna was glad Margaery had pointed this out to her. With Margaery's guidance and Willis's willingness to share his insights, there was already a noticeable difference in Sansa. "Grandmother, I'm sorry I'm late," Willis said as he entered the room. "It's no issue. Sit down, we have much to discuss." As he took his seat, she handed him the letter from Jon Arryn, keenly observing his expression as he read. If she had a looking glass nearby when she had read it herself, she had no doubt her face would have mirrored his. Willis looked a mix of worried, annoyed, and on the verge of laughter all at once. The sheer desperation in Jon Arryn's letter, along with the vague threats, ultimately made him chuckle. "Is this for real?" he asked, glancing at Olenna. "It is," she replied, nodding. "So what are we supposed to do? Keep giving them coin in the hope he can secure a betrothal he can't promise? And if we don't, we'll find ourselves out of favor?" "That's the essence of it, yes," she confirmed. "Should they manage to get us the betrothal?" Willis inquired. "Then we would have to accept and support them." "You'd let Margaery wed the prince?" "Margaery will wed the king, Willis. The true one, not the false stag. But what intrigues me most is that he still can't promise it. Even with the withdrawal of funds, he can't guarantee the betrothal. That makes what Jaime Lannister told me seem even more credible." "And what was that?" Willis asked. "That the king desires a Stark for his son." "Sansa?" Willis asked, raising an eyebrow. "Aye. Is that why you want us together, grandmother?" he asked, shaking his head. "I want you together because in the future, she will be the best possible match for you. Given the North's rise and who the king will be, it would strengthen us even more," she explained, and Willis nodded, considering her words. Would Lord Stark even consider a match with Joffrey? Under different circumstances, he might welcome it, no doubt. But from what the king says, his uncle fully supports him. He'd hardly marry his daughter to Joffrey if that's the case. Even if he would, I doubt he'll get the chance. You think the king will act before they could wed? It'll be years before she's flowered, Willis. I doubt the king's dragons can be hidden forever. Once they've grown, and once they're big enough, we'll have no other choice but to move. What if they seek a betrothal with the Starks anyway? Betrothals can be broken, she said, smiling as she recalled her own experiences. Your uncle brought another letter, this one from Tyrion Lannister, she said, handing it to him. As he read, she considered her own strategies against the crown. Stopping funding was one thing, but should she take it further? Perhaps raise prices or cut supplies? She wasn't sure. One lesson she had learned early on about Jon was that he, like her granddaughter, didn't like to see people suffer, especially the small folk. It would be them, rather than the crown, who would bear the brunt. No, for now, she would leave it at that and focus on training her men. Garland might be the best choice for that. Lomeis is not involved, Willis said, and she noticed the relief on his face. No, but did you see the names that are? It's almost all the great houses. The Tullis and Stark seem to have gotten away with it. Why? I don't know, but if I were to guess, I'd say it was a mistake on their part, or perhaps they couldn't interfere with the appointments. We know that Stark's former maester was involved, maybe ours and the Tullis were too. But this doesn't change much. It means we don't have to worry about Lomeis killing us all, at least, Willis said with a chuckle. How goes it with the hawks? She asked. It's coming along. I can get them to fly and return from greater distances. I've been reading up on Essos, and apparently, pigeons can be used too. Wouldn't they be too easy to pick off? She inquired. Perhaps. I might ask Garland to take some to the Fossaways on his next trip. A couple of pigeons and one of the hawks, have him release them a day apart and see which, if any, arrive back and how quickly, he suggested, and she smiled, pleased to see him on top of things. Are things set for tonight? Yes, grandmother. Margaery will have a wonderful name-day celebration, he said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Once he left, she went to her bedroom and lay down. She found herself in need of a brief rest. It wasn't that she was tired, rather, her head throbbed from contemplating all the possible outcomes of future events. The weight of what the crown might do, or, more importantly, what they could do to them, occupied her thoughts. Could they strip them of their wardenship? Perhaps they would. She doubted it, though. The Lannisters held the upper hand, both in terms of their wealth and their knowledge of Jon's true identity. But if the crown were to act prematurely, if they decided to oppose them, would they not be forced to react sooner as well? Was Jon ready for that? He would need to be. Should they lose their positions, he would have to announce himself and act swiftly to maintain control over the Reach. While Olenna wasn't a military strategist, she wasn't entirely ignorant of such matters either. The Reach, the West, the North, Dorne, and the Loyalist houses, all of them combined far outnumbered what Robert and Jon Arryn could muster. Yet, a boy king is harder to support than a grown one. When she woke a couple of hours later, she was surprised she had fallen asleep at all. Usually, when her mind was racing, sleep eluded her. Was it confidence that allowed her to rest, or simply exhaustion? In the end, it made no difference, she felt refreshed. She quickly changed and headed out to ensure the final preparations for Margaery's feast were in order. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jaime dodged and sidestepped as Jon's blade came dangerously close, nearly catching him off guard. He parried another strike and advanced. Arthur stood by, his gaze fixed on both of them, but primarily on Jon as he moved faster and faster. They had resumed their morning sparring sessions once Jon's injured shoulder had healed. Initially, it had been a frustrating experience. His movements, speed, and power were diminished, and both he and Arthur had worried the injury was more serious than it appeared. But as with all things concerning Jon, he discovered that if his mind wasn't right, then neither was his swordplay. Jon and Arthur had discussed it earlier. I thought I was supposed to be the broody one, Jon said, moving closer and spinning as he aimed for Arthur's shoulder. You usually are, Arthur replied with a grin. I was just giving it a try to see if it fits. Turns out it doesn't. He aimed 2 quick strikes at Jon. Eventually, Arthur caught Jon's blade and disarmed him. It was taking longer to achieve that, but the morning sessions were having the desired effect, helping both of them improve their skills and clear their heads. Jon walked over to the water jug, filling 2 mugs, one for each of them. He brought them back and waited until Arthur sat down beside him, ready for a conversation. Are you two ever going to spar? Jon chuckled, looking at both of them. Maybe after we eat, Arthur replied, and Jaime glanced at his former brother, noticing the soft smile on his face. Not in private, Jon interjected. Why not? Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. I think it would be good for everyone to see it. I'm sure Daisy would love to cheer you on, my lord. And as for you, Arthur, no doubt Ashera and Cregan would want to see you and Jaime cross blades. I'm sure they would, but just us, Jon. No crowds, Arthur insisted, and Jon nodded in agreement. I've been talking to Melisandre about the glass candles, Jon said, and Jaime shuddered, uneasy about how close they were becoming. What did she say? Arthur asked. It seems they allow for many things, some of which I've witnessed myself, and one that I'm still trying to understand. You've been using them? Jaime asked, curiosity creeping into his voice. Trying to. They're hard to control. I'm not strong enough to fully master them, but I've seen the past, and Margaery saw the future. Now, I can somewhat control what I see. Seeing now? Arthur inquired. Jon shared the visions he had experienced, describing moments that could only be happening in the present, glimpses of different places all at once, and how it sometimes slipped from his grasp. If what he was saying was true, and he had no doubt of it, then he wondered if he could learn to control it. They would have the best spy network ever imagined. All they would need to do is look into the glass candles and witness events as they unfolded throughout the realm. As Jon contemplated the potential of this idea, he realized that both Jon and Arthur were still talking. That's impossible, isn't it? Arthur asked, his voice laced with doubt. Is it any more impossible than seeing the past or the future? Is it any more impossible than seeing the present? Arthur, right now in my room are two of the most impossible things the world has ever known. I think it's entirely possible, Jon replied. What is? Arthur asked, clearly missing the point. Jon says with the glass candles we could communicate with each other. We could each have one, and no matter how far apart we are, we could actually speak to each other, Arthur explained, finding himself agreeing. That can't be done, surely, he said. Melisandre says it can. I've tried, and I know it's there. Rhaenys agrees, and even Ligeron says it's true. You can speak to him? Arthur asked, aware that this had been troubling Jon for some time. More and more. Ever since he told me about them, he blocks me sometimes. Our connection is nothing like the one I have with Rhaenys. I know for sure now he belongs to someone else, not me. Your aunt or uncle? Arthur suggested. I don't think so, certainly not Viserys, not after what you told me about him. Daenerys then? Jaime chimed in. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. I saw her with her own dragons, 3 of them, and none looked like Ligeron. They were different. Jaime wasn't sure if he should be worried or not. Arthur had told them both that Viserys was far too much like his father. He had watched over them from a distance, protecting them when he could, but when he saw Viserys, he couldn't approach him, not even for Rhaegar. He had felt guilty about Daenerys, but he understood now that his path was separate from theirs. He was where he was meant to be. But another Targaryen with dragons could change everything. They needed to discuss their next steps, whether to reach out and have the Hound bring her back. Castamere, Clegane's own keep, had many places where she could stay safe. But she needed to know about Jon, she needed the truth. He's doing it again, Jon joked, prompting a laugh from Arthur. Daenerys? Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. Is on her path, Jon replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for further discussion, at least for now. Come, let's break our fast. The others should be up soon, Arthur said as they walked off together. While Jon and Arthur made their way to the hall, Jon headed back to his rooms. Daisy should be waking up, and she was starting to feel uncomfortable in the mornings again. He arrived just in time to find her searching for the pail he kept close by for emergencies. As she grabbed it, he held her hair back as she got sick, then poured her a mug of water. I hate you, Daisy said weakly. I love you, he replied with a smile, earning a shake of her head as she drank her water. You feel up to eating? He asked gently. She nodded. After she got dressed, they walked together to the hall, where he was surprised to see it fuller than expected. He took a seat beside his aunt and uncle, with Jerian having decided to stay for a while longer. As Daisy enjoyed her honeyed porridge, Jon caught her eye. He was engaged in conversation with his cousin, while Loras, Brienne, Sarella, and Joy sat nearby, listening with interest. Arthur and I are sparring in a bit, he said softly as Daisy finished her second plate of porridge. Now I really hate you, she said, frowning at him. You'll soon be able to smack me over the head with your mace again, he replied with a smile, which she returned. Don't think I haven't imagined it. I have no doubt you have, he chuckled, earning another frown from her. Once they finished eating, Jon glanced at Arthur, who nodded in agreement. They made their way to the sparring area, ready to begin. A far larger crowd had gathered than Jon had anticipated. His uncle and aunt were present, along with Ashera and Joy. Jon had brought all his friends, and he half expected to see Rhaenys and Ligeron as well. Thankfully, and perhaps a bit disappointingly, he wouldn't be facing Dawn, the sword was far too noticeable. Instead, it would be long swords only. Ser Daeron, Jon said, holding his sword and tapping it lightly against the ground. Ser Jaime, Arthur replied, a small smile on his face. The swords crashed together, and they began to move. Arthur was as quick and nimble as ever, while Jaime seemed to be moving slower, though perhaps that was because he was used to facing Jon. In terms of speed, Jon might have had the advantage over Arthur, but he fell short in every other aspect. Jaime realized he was struggling too. They were evenly matched in power, but Arthur's technique was the best Jaime had ever seen. Arthur's strikes and movements were so precise that they forced Jaime back, his own parries and counters feeling ineffective. He knew that Barristan, Arthur, and Jaime were all far above anyone else when it came to swordsmanship. He and Barristan were on the same level, perhaps with Jaime having a slight edge, but Arthur was in a league of his own, and he reveled in it. The end came after what Jaime felt were mere moments, but the sweat on his brow and Arthur's heavy breathing suggested it had been longer than he thought. Arthur moved in, and after parrying Jaime's strike, his blade swung with such power that, had Arthur not stopped the blow in time, Jaime would have lost his head. I yield, Ser Daeron, Jaime said with a grin, glancing at the blade that hovered inches from his neck. He heard applause and looked up, seeing Jon and the others watching with varying expressions of awe. As he walked over to Daisy, whose expression was a mix of shock and relief, Arthur stopped him to whisper in his ear, "You've improved." "You're lucky," Arthur said, shaking his head. "I'd barely kept up," Jaime replied. "As did I. I took this round. Perhaps when we spar next, you'll take the next one." Jaime wasn't sure if Arthur was just letting him down gently, but all he heard was that they would spar again. The thought of future matches with his brother was enough for now. He walked over to Daisy, who greeted him with a kiss. He then helped her back to their rooms, where she usually rested after breaking her fast. She was already yawning by the time they arrived. Later that day, Jaime received a note in his solar. The ship would be ready for inspection the following morning. The Lion Cub, the newest pinnacle ship, was the first to be outfitted with rooms designed to transport ice from the north. It was about to set sail on its maiden voyage. Without Kraylin, Jon had taken charge of building the rooms. He had drawn up the plans, given clear instructions, and checked in occasionally to ensure everything was on track. Now, they were finally ready. The ice house they built on the grounds of Casterly Rock would be the first of its kind. It was a simple structure, built into the ground and lined with the same materials as the rooms on the ships. They would also need to create ice wagons for transporting the ice. If Jon's suggestions worked, they would soon be delivering ice all over Westeros and Essos, bringing in even more coin. "My lord," "There's a lad at the main gates who says he was sent here by Lord Tyrion," Arlen said as he entered the room. "A lad?" Jaime asked. "A young boy, about Jon's age. He arrived with some of our guards. I've had them escort him to the floor below, just to be safe. Have him brought up here, and check him for weapons, just in case." "Already done, my lord. He's clean." He carried a small knife but handed it up before we even searched him. "Well done," Jaime said with a nod. Arlen left to fetch the boy. A few moments later, the lad was brought into the room. He was, as Arlen had said, about Jon's age, though he seemed unlike Jon and Loras. The lad hadn't done any sparring or training whatsoever. In his hand, the boy held 2 letters, which he handed over. Before Jaime read them, he asked the boy who he was and how he knew his brother. "My name is Satin, my lord, Satin Flowers," the boy replied, his face turning red. "I helped your brother while he was in Old Town. I ran messages for him and showed him around. He asked if I'd like to be his page or squire." "My brother didn't return with you, though?" Jaime asked suspiciously. "No, my lord. He, Prince Oberyn, and Lady Elia left on one of the other ships. They told me and the guards to wait for the next one and to come here to deliver these to you." Satin pointed to the letters. Jaime opened the first one, eager to find out where his brother was. "Dearest brother, Oberyn and I have found out much and made contact with Marwyn. My other letter will explain that in far more detail. In speaking with the Maester, we discovered that Loamra is in Pentos and is someone we wish to speak to. Marwyn believes he would be a great asset for Jon, too. So, Oberyn and I have decided to travel to Pentos ourselves to find the man and bring him back. It's far easier to do so from here than to travel back to Lannisport first. Satin is a good lad, Jaime. Find a place for him until I return. I intend to take him into my service, so treat him well, he deserves it. Oberyn will ensure I am safe, and I shall return once I've found Loamra. It should not take long. Tyrion." Jaime looked at the boy before opening the second letter. "Jaime, Marwyn is on our side. He confirmed some names for us. Luwin, as Jon said, is one of the ones we can trust, as are Vyman in Riverrun, Miles in Sunspear, and Lomeis in Highgarden. I've sent Olenna a letter confirming that her own maester can be trusted to an extent. It's the ones who are not that give me pause. Pycelle, Caliot, Cresson, Coleman, and Arden are all confirmed to be involved. Theobald and Walgrave are also among them. The fact that 4 of these individuals represent the great houses, and that Crelin would have made it 5, illustrates just how deep this runs. If it weren't for timing and death, both Winterfell and Highgarden would undoubtedly have their own maesters involved as well. To that end, Marwyn has promised to do everything he can to send us a trustworthy maester. If a man named Jardine arrives to take up the post, then we can consider Marwyn successful. If anyone else shows up, treat them as you would treat Crelin. Marwyn will continue to investigate, and in the meantime, we can take all necessary precautions. Tyrion." Jaime placed the letters on the table and looked at the boy again. "It seems my brother thinks highly of you, Satin. We'll find a place for you here, should you wish it." "I do, my lord." "Thank you," Satin replied, a wide smile spreading across his face. Jaime decided to show the lad around himself instead of having Arlen or one of the servants do it. "Come with me then. I'll introduce you to everyone." "My lord? My own squires and ward are here too. They're all around your age, I'm sure they'll make you feel welcome." Casterly Rock, 294 AC Melisandre. Seeing a dragon in the flesh was one thing, witnessing one being born was quite another. That was just one of the many extraordinary things she had seen the prince accomplish since her arrival. When he showed her the glass candles and demonstrated how to light them, she had nearly dropped to her knees in reverence. She had seen the greatest sorcerers in ASOIAF try and fail to achieve such a feat, yet her prince could ignite them as if it were nothing, watching the flames flicker to life atop the candles solely by his will, simply by wishing it so. If there were ever more proof needed, beyond the dragons, to show he was Riverrun's chosen, this was it. When he handed her the first candle, she recalled the visions she had seen, the blue eyes, the ice, the wall crumbling down, the army of dead men, images she had encountered before, but in the prince's presence, Melisandre's visions lingered longer. She saw the march of shadows, felt the darkness enveloping the world, and then witnessed the brilliant light and flames as the prince summoned the dawn. The fact that he would heed her counsel and take her advice filled her with a sense of purpose. She and her guards stood ready to lay down their lives for him, should he ever ask. Why would I do such a thing? Life is a gift from the gods, is it not? Surely only the gods have the right to demand such a sacrifice, the prince questioned. You are my god's chosen one, my prince, his will made manifest in this world. What you command comes from Riverrun himself. If you ask it of me, it shall be done, Melisandre replied earnestly. Then know that I will never ask it, nor will I accept it. If I am his chosen, then this is my choice, he declared firmly. She had prayed with Benero, Makoro, and Kinvara, worshipped alongside them, and listened to their teachings. Yet, the more time she spent with the prince, the more she questioned their motives. The high priest and priestess seemed indifferent to the lives of those beneath them. Priests had been sent on missions leading only to their deaths, supposedly by the will of Riverrun, or was it the will of his priests? Thuras told me that offering a sacrifice to the fire is seen as Riverrun's will. Is this true? The prince asked. It is, my prince, she confirmed. Does that not seem strange to you? He pressed. It increases our power, my prince. It brings us closer to Riverrun, she explained. I know of blood magic, Melisandre. The power of blood, my own, my family's. I've read your book. There is power in blood, in king's blood, in dragon's blood. Indeed, my prince. Yours is undoubtedly the most powerful of all, she acknowledged. Then if we need power, we can use it. There is no need for other blood to be spilled, he asserted. As you command, my prince, she replied. I will not have people burned, my lady. If I am his. This is my choice, she declared. Melisandre watched the prince as he sparred. After his injury, he had taken time to recover, and for a while, he seemed ordinary to her, which she found disconcerting. He was the prince that was promised, destined to defeat the great other and bring the dawn. Yet, he had easily lost to 2 boys and a girl. But soon, she realized that all was not as it seemed. Whether due to his injury or other matters, something wasn't quite right with the prince. Once he regained his strength, she noticed it. He moved faster than he should have. He almost seemed to glide through the air, the sword in his hands an extension of himself, finding its target again and again. Her 2 guards, trained in the techniques known only to the fiery hand, found him a fascinating subject to observe. They remarked that he moved as they did, though they couldn't explain how. He is his chosen, she would say, and they would nod in agreement. When they asked if he could spar with them, the prince agreed. In that moment, she saw it even more clearly, the spins, the turns, her guards moved the same way. But Jon was quicker than they were, almost as if he were tapping into a deeper well of power than they could access. While the guards managed to beat him, they did so merely because of their advantages in strength and experience, both men claiming they would soon lose. My prince, perhaps you should travel to Volantis, study at the temple, and learn the ways of the fiery hand, the magic of our order, she suggested. One day I may do that, my lady, but not today. Here, I have much I must do before I can even begin to think of travel. But one day, he replied. Perhaps when the dragons are large enough, she asked. Perhaps, he said. Do you dream of Valyria, my prince? My dreams are of many things. I've seen Valyria, both in the past and the present. I have no wish to go there, but, she prompted. We don't always get what we wish for, my lady. Sometimes the choice is made for us, sometimes we must follow the path that has been set. My sister wishes to see the land of our forefathers, and in this, I have no choice. We are one, my lady, where she goes, I go. Then ask it, and I shall follow, my prince. No, my lady. Your place is here. This is my choice, he said, and she smiled. Crownlands, 294 AC, Cat found helping Edmure settle in as lord more stressful than she had anticipated. Her brother seemed intent on settling old grudges and slights, even before he had been officially named Lord Paramount. It took every ounce of her persuasion to keep him in check, and she feared he might do something reckless once she returned north. Not that she would be leaving anytime soon, handling her father's arrangements had proven challenging. Organizing everything for his send-off was even more difficult than she had imagined. Yet, she managed to pull it off, ensuring he received a farewell befitting him. She had been so focused on appearances that she hadn't yet found the time to grieve. Now, with her plans in motion, she realized that the time for mourning had long passed, as she was consumed by thoughts of the future. We're passing Rosby, my lord. We should be arriving in King's Landing by early evening, one of the guards said to Edmure. Good, she thought. She was looking forward to seeing Peter again, as well as Lisa and Jon Arryn. Yet, she felt a pang of annoyance toward her sister. She had hoped Lisa would come to see their father off, knowing she was in King's Landing and hadn't made the effort bothered her. Only the fact that her sister was expecting a child allowed Cat to forgive her the slight. She was relieved that her uncle had agreed to act as castellan, he was sorely needed. Still, she couldn't understand why he seemed so fond of the bastard. We should act as if we don't care, Edmure, at least around Brynden. Let him believe all is forgotten, she suggested. He'll never accept it. Perhaps I can argue it a little. Aye, that sounds good. In the end, though, we tell him we've no plans for the bastard, Edmure said, his voice low. What if he finds out, Cat? She replied, a hint of worry creeping into her tone. By then, it'll be too late. Besides, he is our family. He'll remember that in the end. Despite her uncle's words, Cat couldn't shake the feeling that he wouldn't accept it. She feared that when Jon Snow was dead, he would know it was them. Though he might never speak up about it, she sensed he would act on his suspicions. But the loss of an uncle seemed a small price to pay for her family's security. For their welfare and future, it was a sacrifice she would gladly make. As they approached the gates, Cat drifted off briefly, only to be awakened by a sudden, unpleasant smell. I meant to warn you about that. Sorry, Edmure said as they entered and rode toward the Red Keep. Does it always smell this bad? She asked, wrinkling her nose. Her brother nodded in response. Upon arriving at the Red Keep, Cat was relieved to see Jon Arryn, Lisa, and Peter lined up to greet them. Spotting Lisa carrying her baby in her arms, Cat found it easier to forgive her for not attending the funeral. The babe looked so small and frail, a wave of worry washed over her immediately. Yet, Lisa appeared far happier than when Cat had last seen her. Jon Arryn seemed to have aged significantly in the 10 years since their last meeting. Peter, on the other hand, looked handsome and prosperous, and Cat felt a surge of happiness for her friend. Once the introductions were made, they were escorted into the keep. Cat was pleased to learn they would be staying in the Maiden Vault, a prospect she welcomed. Cat, you look beautiful as always, Peter said, his smile radiant as he gazed at her. Thank you, Peter. It's good to see you again, she replied warmly. You too. Perhaps we can speak later once you've settled, he suggested, his voice barely above a whisper. His Grace wishes for you both to join him and the Queen for dinner, Caitlin, if you feel up to it after your travels, Jon Arryn announced. Cat smiled and nodded. Of course, my lord. I'd be honored. After leaving her things in her room, she prepared herself for the evening ahead. After bathing and changing with the help of her servants, Catelyn made her way to the private dining quarters to join the king and queen for dinner. Edmure walked nervously beside her. Once inside, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing Lisa and Jon Arryn, who would be joining them as they awaited the king and queen's arrival. "Cat, you look even more beautiful than I remember," Robert said as he and Cersei entered the room. Catelyn and the others immediately stood to greet them. "Your Grace," she replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Lady Catelyn," Cersei said, her gaze fixed on her. "My queen," Catelyn responded with a respectful curtsy. A few moments later, they all sat down. After Robert grew bored discussing hunting with Edmure, he turned his attention to Catelyn. "It's a pity Ned isn't with you, Cat." "I would have enjoyed seeing my oldest friend again," Robert said, his voice tinged with both accusation and sadness. "Had he known I planned to visit, I'm sure he would have come as well, Your Grace. But unfortunately, my father's passing was a surprise neither of us expected. Of course, I'm sorry for your loss, both of you. Your father was a great man, he will be missed." "He will, Your Grace," Catelyn replied, her voice low. "We'll hold the ceremony tomorrow, Your Grace," naming Lord Edmure as Lord Paramount and the swearing of fealty, Jon Arryn announced, and the king nodded in agreement. "Now, Cat, tell me about your family. How are they doing? Your boy, the one you named for me, how is he?" Catelyn spoke of Robb and Arya, of Bran and Sansa. When she mentioned her daughter, the king perked up, eager for more details about Sansa. He even asked if it was true that Sansa took after him in looks and personality, which Catelyn was proud to confirm. "I have a son the same age, Cat, Joffrey. You'll no doubt meet him while you're here," Robert said before Jon Arryn and Cersei interrupted. "Your Grace, perhaps now is not the time," Jon Arryn suggested. "Perhaps we should discuss this with Lady Catelyn another time," Jon Arryn suggested, his tone hinting at the confusion swirling around the table. "Another time? She's right here now. Who better to carry the news back to Ned than his own wife?" Robert replied, his voice booming. "Your Grace?" Catelyn asked, trying to mask her surprise. "Many years ago, I wished for Ned and me to be bound by marriage. He was the brother I chose, Cat. He still is. That damn dragon spawn stole that chance away from me, stole her from me." "Robert," Cersei interjected, her voice rising in protest, but the king ignored her and pressed on. "But I have a son, and you have a daughter. Fate is giving me a second chance. So, what say you, Cat?" "Your Grace?" she asked, feigning confusion. She caught Edmure's eye and noticed the smile on his face, which was almost as wide as the one she was trying to hide behind her own act of bewilderment. "I wish for a betrothal, Cat, between Joffrey and Sansa. I would have your daughter as my good daughter, as the next queen of the Seven Kingdoms." Every inch of her, every fiber of her being, longed to shout a resounding yes, but she knew she needed to speak to Ned first, at least pretend to. So, she schooled her features and replied, "Your Grace, if it were up to me, I'd accept in a heartbeat. But I must discuss it with Ned, though I have no doubt about his answer, as I'm sure you do not. So, I shall say yes, but I ask that it not be announced until I speak to my husband. Of course, Cat. I'd expect nothing less." "You have no idea how happy this makes me," Robert said, his smile wider than hers. "Me too, Your Grace," she replied, watching as he filled his wine glass and handed one to her while everyone else did the same, raising their glasses in celebration. "To Joffrey and Sansa," Robert declared exuberantly. "To Joffrey and Sansa," she echoed just as loudly, along with Edmure. In her excitement, she didn't notice how much softer Cersei and Jon Arryn's cheers were. Later, as she undressed that night, she heard a knock on the door and opened it to find Peter standing there. She quickly covered herself and shot him an angry look. Peter, I was getting ready for bed, she said. I'm sorry, Cat. Forgive the intrusion. Can't it wait until tomorrow? No, I came as soon as I heard the news. Oh, she replied, turning to pour them both a glass of wine. You don't sound happy, Cat. I am. I'm just tired. Do you think your husband will accept it? The betrothal? Of course he will. It's his best friend's son. Sansa would be queen, there's no match better. The heir of Highgarden? He asked, and she frowned. A cripple over a prince? I think not, Peter. My daughter is worth far more than that. Indeed she is, Cat. But her fostering there, perhaps that's why your husband sent her? It wasn't Ned, she mumbled. What? He asked, not quite catching her words. It wasn't Ned. It was the bastard, Peter. Jon Snow, he's trying to take Winterfell from Robb. He sent her there, it was his idea. Cat, I didn't know. You have to help me, Peter. You must. I need you to help me, she said, her voice filled with desperation. Ask of me anything, Cat. If it's in my power, I'll do it. You only need to ask. She could have kissed him right then and there. Finally, someone who understood the danger the bastard posed, someone who knew how she felt, someone who cared for her. I want him dead, Peter. I want to send someone to kill him. Will you help? Of course I will, Peter said, a smile spreading across his face. She felt relief wash over her immediately. Chapter 66, Whispers, Secrets, and Truths. Sunspear, 294 AC. Arianne stood amidst the lively feast, a celebration that many in Dorne had never imagined possible, especially with a Lannister in attendance. It was certainly not something she had ever thought she would witness. However, she found Tyrion to be quite different from her expectations. The dwarf was witty and charming when he chose to be, but most importantly, he was fun. Too often, she encountered men who bored her, fixated on a single topic, whether it was arms and martial pursuits like Demon or power like Dray. But Tyrion was a refreshing change. His interests spanned nearly every subject: wine, trade, politics, knowledge. Nothing seemed beyond his grasp. Arianne found herself thoroughly enjoying their conversations, so much so that Quentyn, despite their earlier discussion, glared at her as she laughed at one of Tyrion's jokes. He is a Lannister and a dwarf. Why should we feast him? Quentyn protested. He is a guest of our uncle. His family is the reason the mountain that rides no longer does so, and the reason Amory Lorch breathes no more. They have helped avenge Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys, Arianne replied. They were the ones behind it in the first place, Quentyn shot back, his voice rising. Are you blaming a child for that? Do you hold responsibility for everything father does? Am I? Arianne challenged. That is not the same. Father does not order the deaths of children. You will treat our guest with respect, Quentyn, or I will send you back to Ironwood in disgrace. Or better yet, Oberyn will teach you what it truly means to be a Martell. It seemed their conversation had fallen on deaf ears. Quentyn remained the same petulant boy he always was. She knew she could shame him if he spoke up, and he was aware of it too, so he held his tongue. This was more than she could say for Tyrion, who was currently regaling the group with a delightfully rude story about a jackass and a honeycomb. A wicked tongue he has, she thought with a smile, wondering if he knew how to use it in other ways. Lord Tyrion, perhaps you'd join me for some air? She said, smirking as Oberyn nibbled on Illyria's ear. I would be honored, princess, he replied, rising to his feet. They walked from the hall to the balcony, where other couples sat around, drinking and enjoying the cool breeze. Dornish feasts were far less formal than those in the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Once the food was served, the high table became less of a focus. People danced and mingled, only politics and important matters keeping them at the high table. Looking back into the room, she noticed Dre and a few others glancing at her forlornly. She had kept her attention almost exclusively on Tyrion that night, focusing her conversation mainly on him and her uncle. Instead of working the room, she had worked the man, trying to discern whether her fleeting lust for the forbidden thought of being with a dwarf was just that or if there was more to him than his size. "This is not what I expected, Princess," Tyrion said as he sipped his wine. "Arianne," she corrected him, sitting on the small wall, her dress opening to reveal her legs. "Arianne, a Dornish feast, it's far different than I had expected. In Dorne, we like to savor things, Tyrion. We enjoy each dish as if it's our last. We relish the spices, the flavors, every mouthful. Are you not a man who would enjoy every mouthful?" she said, crossing her legs and revealing even more of them. "I am, Arianne. Though we are more accustomed to rushing through our meals, eager to get to the sweet taste of dessert, I find myself more willing to go slowly." "Slow can be good, Tyrion, but there's also a time for speed, don't you agree?" she said, licking her lips. "Variation, Arianne." "I find variation to be key," he said, smiling at her. Arianne gazed into the night sky, her mismatched eyes sparkling with mischief. She thrived on flirting, relishing the thrill of making a man lose himself in desire. It was clear that Tyrion wanted her, but he was either exceptionally skilled at this game or something was holding him back. Whatever the reason, it intrigued her, excited her, and relieved her boredom. Just as she was about to say something bolder, Oberyn and Elia strolled out, followed by Oberyn, Nym, and Tyene. "Ah, there my niece is, showing Tyrion the sights, Ari," Oberyn remarked, a half-smirk playing on his lips. "Just showing him what delights Dorne has to offer, uncle," she replied, smirking as she noticed Tyrion gulp. "Good." It was reassuring to know he was genuinely interested and not just flirting for show. She stood up and walked over to her uncle, planting a kiss on his cheek. "It's good to have you back, uncle, though I'm distraught that you won't be staying for long." "We leave in the morning, Ari. We must speak to Doran and then be on our way," Oberyn said, and Arianne caught a glimpse of disappointment on Tyrion's face, mirroring her own feelings. "Then we must make the very best use of the night we have, don't you agree, Tyrion?" she asked, watching as a smile spread across his face. They lingered on the balcony a bit longer, but the cool air soon became too chilly. After some dancing, though Tyrion didn't join in, nor did she, since he was the one she wished to dance with, the night began to wind down. Despite appearing to drink as much as everyone else, Tyrion remained practically sober. Arianne smirked as she noticed his clever trick, always holding a half-full glass, making it seem as if he'd just emptied his own. After bidding everyone good night and returning to her room, she quickly changed into something far more revealing. She caught the guard's attention, which was nothing new, and made her way to Tyrion's room, knocking softly at the door. When he opened it, the look in his eyes told her everything. Arianne stepped inside, the thrill of the moment feeding her excitement. Without a word, she closed the door behind her. "Princess, Tyrion stuttered, his charm evident. "Welcome to Dorne," she replied with a smile, slowly undoing the straps of her dress until it fell to the floor. Much later, as she stood at the gates, waving goodbye, a smile crept across her face. The marks he left on her body were hidden for now, but she looked forward to reliving them later. She had asked him to bite her, and he had. She had asked him to please her, and he did. She had asked him to satisfy her, and she was more than sated. With a smile still on her lips, Arianne turned and walked back toward the old palace. She had asked him to return, and he promised he would. Eager anticipation filled her, she found herself longing for him more than anyone else she had met so far. In the Riverlands, in the year 294 AC, Ser Richard and Darius had taken refuge in a small shack. Darius decided to venture into a nearby village, leaving Richard feeling somewhat lost and cut off from the world. He had no desire to linger there for too long. However, the news Darius brought him about Hoster's death changed everything. Richard could honestly say there were few men he despised as much as Hoster Tully. Few he wished to see suffer more. But with Hoster gone, Edmure was now Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of Riverrun. This realization set Richard's mind racing as he considered what it would mean for his king. On one hand, Edmure would likely be a terrible lord. The fractures in the Riverlands could be further exploited. They could take advantage of his incompetence while simultaneously weakening any forces Robert could rally against them. On the other hand, being a lord was vastly different from being an heir. A lord had greater access to funds and men to command. Given that Richard believed Edmure had once tried to kill his king, would this new position make him more dangerous? Richard needed information. He needed to speak to the girl Darius had inside. He arranged for a meeting and waited impatiently for the morning when she would arrive. "Where is she, Darius?" he asked, his impatience evident. The next morning, Richard asked impatiently, "Where is she?" "She'll be here. She needs time to get away. Plus, we usually meet closer to the keep," Darius replied. "Go find her. Escort her here and back if you need to," Richard instructed. Darius nodded and set off. An hour later, they arrived, and the young girl appeared incredibly nervous, as if the mere fact of meeting him had frightened her. "Pearl, this is Elaine. He's a friend of mine. You can tell him anything." "I'll be outside," Darius said, giving a nod to Elaine as he stepped out. "Milord," she said, but he shook his head gently. "Not a lord, Pearl. Just Elaine. Take a seat." "Have you eaten?" he asked. She shook her head. He offered her the remainder of his breakfast. The deer meat, though cold, was still tasty, and the bread was fresh. At first, she ate only a little, but soon she was finishing the meal. "Darius tells me you've had some visitors, Pearl?" Elaine asked. "Yes, milord. The lord's sister and uncle have come and helped with Lord Hoster's funeral." "And what are they like, these visitors?" "The uncle is nice, milord. He treats us all well. The lady, though, is mean. She calls us out on things, makes sure we're dressed right and look proper. She doesn't like us standing around." "How are things between them all? Do they get along?" "The lady and the lord do. The uncle, not so much. He doesn't spend much time with them, but those two are always whispering, always speaking together." Richard studied the girl carefully. He could tell she wasn't lying, but could she be mistaken? Perhaps she just hadn't seen them all together. He was about to ask her more when she spoke again about the funeral. "The uncle, milord, he wasn't happy when the lord missed the shots. Not happy at all. I was serving him later, and he was grumbling with some of the other lords. None of them seemed happy, it seemed to me." "About the lord's death?" he asked. "That and about the new lord, milord," the girl said, her voice tinged with excitement. "What did you hear about the new lord?" he inquired. "Not much, just something about a bastard in King's Landing, and bandits. I didn't catch it all, but one of them said something funny about the phrase," she replied with a giggle. "What did they say?" "That they were no more bandits than he was a fry, milord." "And the lord's death?" "Awfully quick it was, milord. 1 minute he was up and about, and the next, he was lying on the floor in his son's room." "He was found in his son's room?" he asked, and she nodded. "Anything else?" "The uncle wasn't happy, milord, nor the lady. But the lord was. He's been smiling every time I bring him his drinks, milord." "I thank you. This is exactly what I need. Now, Darius promised you a gold dragon, didn't he?" The girl looked at him as if he were mad. "He did, milord, but I didn't find out anything," she said sadly. "You found out enough, it's all there." He handed her a pouch full of coins. Giving her a gold dragon itself would cause far too many problems. Spend it wisely, and should you need to leave, speak to Darius. I'll find something for you. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The girl said, looking at the pouch in awe. As she got up to leave, she turned back. My lord, there is something else. I think the lord and lady are planning a trip or something. One of the guards and we meet for a tumble or two, and he said they're going to King's Landing, she added. He nodded, waiting for her to leave. As he sat there, Darius led the girl back closer to the keep. He tried to make sense of everything in his head. Hoster's death had been sudden, and it happened in his son's room. The Blackfish seemed out of tune with his niece and nephew, and now there was talk of a trip to the capital. What in the world were the Tullys up to? When Darius returned, he spoke to him about the girl, instructing him to keep her as a contact and to dissuade her from leaving. 2 days later, the girl's information proved accurate. Edmure and Catelyn, accompanied by a sizable escort, were on their way to King's Landing. After saying his goodbyes to Darius, he set off ahead of them, needing to arrive first. He rode hard toward Derry, knowing he would gather more information and find fresh horses there. It took him almost 10 days to reach the keep, and he was frustrated to discover that Raymond was not in the castle. However, he did manage to change his horses and found a few messages waiting for him, though none were particularly interesting or important. He spent the night and left after breakfast the following morning, feeling tired, saddle sore, and damp from 3 days of rain. By the time he arrived in King's Landing, he could hardly wait to dismount. As he made his way to his building, he felt a sense of relief. Despite everything that had happened in this city and all he had lost, King's Landing was still his home. Elaine, he heard Tobias call as he dismounted. Not now, Tobias. I need a warm bath, a hot meal, and some rest. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. I was just about to welcome you home, but yes, it can wait, Tobias replied with a chuckle. In the end, he enjoyed the bath, savored the meal, and drank some ale. But sleep eluded him. Sitting at his desk, he sifted through the reports, reading the whispers and messages. There were developments in the north, the Lord making changes in Winterfell, but a squid was lurking nearby, nowhere to be found. The wolf boy was traveling abroad, sailing with the merman. Next, he read the reports from the Reach. A red wolf had landed, adapting well and making herself a den. The thorns were prickly, with a falcon trying to nest in their bushes. From Dorne, gifts had been received, welcomed, and treated with the respect they deserved. A small lion and a snake in the grass were soon to arrive. From the Vale, proud lords were. As the roar of lions echoed in the distance, the atmosphere grew tense. Prices soared, and shouts filled the air. The falcon's air was growing weaker by the day. From the Stormlands, a small stag wandered far from home, searching for something in the rose garden. A lord had become overly friendly with a man clad in red, and the faith was not pleased. From the east, he opened a letter, curious about how Clegane was faring. The boy fell, he read, there was nothing I could do. But it was the girl you cared about anyway. There are people looking for her, people from here. I'm on the move, it seems safest for now. The girl is good, clever, and smart, brave too. We'll be fine. Consider this my resignation, the letter continued. What your plans are, I care not. I won't let her be used, not by them, not by you. Richard couldn't help but smirk. The king was right, Sandor was the right man for the job. It bothered him, though, that he hadn't received more news. Still, he could find them if necessary. Knowing she was safe was far more important than knowing her exact whereabouts. He opened another letter from the west, eager for news from his king. Richard, much has happened, much you may not be aware of, and much you will likely know by the time you read this. Tyrion and Oberyn have traveled to Old Town. They will need to meet with Marwyn to uncover more, but it seems the Maesters were far more involved than we thought. Crayland spoke to us, and we learned a bit more, but we're searching in the dark, Richard. Trust none but the names we give you, not that you would anyway. Be safe, be well, J. Richard sifted through his other messages, eager for more updates. He found confirmation that Tyrion and Oberyn had arrived in Old Town and met with the Maester, and that they had since left. His Dornish informant had confirmed it. Once he finished reviewing the letters, he began to write, dispatching his orders. Soon, he would prepare for the fishes. He planned to meet with Barristan next to gather any additional insights he might need. Highgarden, 294 AC. Margaery. Margaery looked at the box, her excitement bubbling just beneath the surface. She was eager to discover what Jon had given her, but she decided to wait until the feast to open it. With a determined nod, she placed the box in her pocket and made her way to the great hall. As she entered, her family and friends were all there, waiting for her. Sansa, even Fawn, cheered, and Margaery felt a warm blush creep over her cheeks as she walked to her seat. Her father smiled proudly and stood to address the gathered crowd. My lords and ladies, he began, I welcome you all to this nameday feast for my beloved daughter. Please raise your glasses to Margaery. Happy Name Day. Happy Name Day, the crowd echoed, their cheers ringing through the hall. Taking her seat, Margaery turned to Sansa, who sat beside her, with Willis next to her friend. She smiled as the food began to arrive. The feast was a delightful mix of traditional dishes and some of her personal favorites. This time, however, she had the privilege of deciding who would receive each dish. Spotting Lord Renly at his table, she sent the first dish his way, and he responded with a welcoming smile. The next dish went to her cousins, followed by Lord Tarly, continuing in the order she and her grandmother had planned. Margaery savored the dishes she enjoyed and sampled the ones she didn't, as was the custom, all the while looking forward to the sweets and desserts. When they finally arrived, she relished each bite, but soon it was time for the presents. She beamed as her father turned to her first, he and her mother rising to present their gift. For my beautiful daughter, her father said as she opened the box to reveal a stunning necklace, the jewels sparkling brilliantly. Garland and Leonette gifted her some exquisite fabrics, while others presented her with lovely dresses from her grandfather, though she suspected her aunts had chosen those. Her grandmother handed her a beautiful book filled with incredible illustrations, and it was no surprise that it chronicled the history of the Targaryens. Lady Margaery, Sansa called as she stepped forward, the excitement in her voice palpable. The shawl she carried in her hands was beautiful and delicate. I hope you like it, Sansa said as she handed it to her. It was snow white, with golden roses embroidered on it. But as Margaery looked closer, she noticed little dots of red hidden among the white. It took her a moment to see it clearly, but somehow Sansa had managed to incorporate Ghost's outline into the patterns. The white wolf stood guard over the golden roses. Margaery felt tears of happiness welling up, and instead of words, she kissed Sansa on the cheek. My lady, I've been told you enjoy hawking, Lord Renly announced. Though I know your brother breeds perhaps the best, I hope you will accept these as a token of my affection. His words left her momentarily confused, but she couldn't deny that the little hawk chicks were incredibly beautiful. I thank you, my lord. Your gift is most gracious, and I accept it gladly, she replied with a smile as he bowed and walked away. As more gifts arrived, including another book from Samwell Tarly, much to his father's annoyance and her grandmother's amusement, Margaery sat with her hand resting on a box, contemplating whether to open it now. In the end, her curiosity got the better of her. She needed to know, so she carefully unwrapped it. Who's that from, sweetling? Her mother asked. Jon, Margaery replied, a smile spreading across her face as she continued to open it. Sir Jon sent you a gift, her father inquired, mistaking Jon for someone else, perhaps a Fossaway. No, just Jon, she said, her smile growing wider as she finally revealed the contents. At first, she was confused by what she saw, small pieces of parchment. But when she touched the bottom, she felt something solid. Reaching in, she pulled one out and gasped. It was a drawing of her grandmother, so small that it fit easily into the box. The colors and details were so vibrant, it was as if she was holding her grandmother in her hand. As she looked through the others, she felt overwhelmed. There was Garland, Willis, Loras, and more. Margaery felt a rush of emotion as she examined the drawings. Among them were images of her mother and father, Joy, Ghost, Winter, and even Rhaenys, which she quickly tucked into her pocket. But it was the last drawing that truly took her breath away, bringing tears of happiness to her eyes. Wrapped in a small covering she had never seen before, something meant for a table or desk, was a picture of Jon and her, seemingly dancing together. She gently touched the glass that protected the artwork, wiped her eyes, and glanced at her grandmother and father, who watched her with concern. "Jon made me some drawings," she said, handing out the pictures of her family as she walked over to show her grandmother the one Jon had done of her. She kept the drawing of Jon and herself in her pocket, along with Rhaenys, while her family admired the images Jon had created of them. "These are incredible. Look, Garland, it's you," Leonette exclaimed. "Loras, my sweet Loras," her mother said, her voice filled with warmth as she gazed at her own image. Margaery's father stared at his drawing as if it were enchanted. "He's a very talented young man indeed," her grandmother remarked, smiling at her own portrait. After sharing the drawings with a few more guests, Margaery gathered them up. Sansa showed the drawing of Ghost Stefan, who whimpered and tried to lick it, prompting Sansa to quickly pull it away, telling him no. Margaery carefully placed the drawings back into the box, including the one of Rhaenys and the one of Jon and herself, before tucking the box back into her pocket. Once she was settled again, she hoped not too many boys would ask her to dance that night. It was a fleeting hope, after all, it was her name day, and tradition dictated that she would be expected to dance. To make matters more complicated, her parents seemed to have invited nearly every boy in the vicinity to the feast. Even Lord Renly approached her for a dance, which felt strange given the age difference. Still, he was a good dancer, even if her mind was elsewhere as they moved together. "You seem distracted, my lady," Renly observed. "Am I?" "My apologies," she replied, trying to shake off her thoughts. "My lord, it seems I've had one dance too many," she said, relieved when he took her words as intended, rather than as a slight against him. "Would you prefer to sit and talk, my lady?" "If so, I would be honored," he offered. "I would, my lord." "Thank you," she replied. She found him charming and witty, though his interest in her, and at times, in a boy sitting behind her, left her feeling a bit uneasy. By the time she bid him farewell and made her way to the high table, she spotted her father smiling and nodding to the lord, while Sansa glared at them from the side. Sitting down next to her friend, Margaery knew she needed to address Sansa's mood before speaking with her grandmother. "Sansa," she said softly, but received no reply. "Sansa," she repeated, still met with silence. A little louder this time, she called, "Sans." This earned her a chuckle from Sansa. "I thought Joy was still back at the Rock," Sansa said with a smirk, and they both giggled. "Well, she always seems to capture everyone's attention." "I thought I'd try it," Margaery said. "Sorry, Marge. I was just annoyed." "At who?" Margaery asked, genuinely curious. "Boys," Sansa replied, glancing down at a table below them. Margaery followed her gaze to see Dickon Tarly, Horace, Hobber, a couple of unfamiliar Stormlands boys, and some others from the Reach. She had danced with almost half of them, while Sansa had probably danced with even more. Intrigued, Margaery turned to her friend. "What did they do?" "Oh, nothing. It's just that they think we're stupid, simple little girls who swoon and faint at their feet," Sansa said, and Margaery smiled, remembering she had said the same thing to Sansa just a week ago. Well, not all boys are like that, Margaery said, her thoughts drifting to one boy in particular. Which boy could you be talking about, I wonder? Sansa teased, causing Margaery to blush. My brothers, she said quickly, avoiding Sansa's curious gaze. Not mine. Sansa raised an eyebrow. Margaery, she said, feigning outrage. Sansa laughed. I only know one of your brothers. Then it's just as well he's not like other boys, isn't it? Sansa replied smugly. Aye, it is, Margaery replied softly. As the feast began to wind down, Margaery said her goodbyes. She, Sansa, and Fawn made their way to their rooms. After bidding farewell to her friend, Margaery entered her room, undressing as she took the small box from her pocket. She opened her drawer and retrieved the box containing her letters from Jon. Carefully, she placed the drawings inside and took out the one covered with their shared memories. Climbing into bed, she smiled at it as she set it on her bedside table, turning it to face her as she slept. After blowing out the candles, she drifted off, dreaming of dancing with a dark-haired boy. His face was bright with a smile, his gray eyes meeting her brown ones. In the Water Gardens, 294 AC, Doran was taken aback when he received the body of Amory Lorch. If the arrival of Varys had been a surprise, this was a shock. Knowing Oberyn had gone to confront the mountain, Doran's first instinct was to think his brother had dealt with Lorch as well. But the timing felt off. Oberyn was reckless, that was true, yet he was also determined. Lorch would be on his mind, but he would need a compelling reason to act against him now. Reading the letter that accompanied the body confirmed Doran's suspicion. It wasn't a Martell who had exacted this vengeance. Just like with Varys, it was someone seeking their favor. 4 Rhaenys. Just 2 words, yet they carried so much weight. As he looked at the body, he couldn't help but smile at the stab wounds, counting them with his own hand, 100. What significance did it hold? Doran didn't know what to expect, but he feared it deeply. He spat on the corpse of the man he dreaded. Almost a moon later, his nieces and Ser Demon returned, bringing with them the immense weight of the mountain's body. The streets of Sunspear, the Water Gardens, from the salty shore to the mountains, erupted in celebration. Dorne welcomed the news of the mountain's fall. At the feast where he had Clegane's head placed beside Lorch's, where he had their manhoods displayed, Doran felt his gout recede, if only for a moment, allowing him to stand and address those gathered. My lords and ladies of Dorne, he began, look upon the faces of the mountain, Amory Lorch, and Varys. These men are responsible for the rape and murder of my sister, for the murder of my niece, and the murder of my nephew. Look and see what Dorne thinks of these men, what vengeance we have wrought upon them. The mountain was slain by my own brother's hands, by your prince, Oberyn. He shouted, Oberyn. To those who dare, I say this, we are Dornish. We never forget, we never forgive. Wrong us, and we will seek vengeance, we will seek justice. Vengeance. Justice. For Elia, for Rhaenys, for Aegon. Elia. Rhaenys. Aegon. But that was then, and this was now. As Areo stood behind him, Doran sat and waited. Oberyn would be here soon, and he would be bringing the imp of Casterly Rock with him. His brother had been away for far too long, journeying to Old Town to uncover something about the Maesters. Why? Doran didn't know, and his nieces refused to tell him, saying only that their father would speak of Lannisport, Casterly Rock, and the things they'd witnessed upon his return. Ser Demon, Doran said, I wish you to tell me what you saw while in the West. I cannot, my prince. I am the ruler of Dorne, Ser Demon, you have sworn allegiance to my house, haven't you? I have, my prince. I would die for House Martell. But Prince Oberyn made me swear a blood oath. He wishes to speak to you himself, and I cannot break my vow to him. At another time, Doran might have admired Demon's loyalty. But in that moment, annoyance and frustration welled up inside him. Demon was fortunate he wasn't angry. Instead, Doran simply dismissed him from his presence. "My prince, they have arrived." He waited, and soon they entered, their brother, his paramour, and his brother's daughters, except for Tyene and Sarella, along with the imp brother. "It's good to see you well," Oberyn said, smiling at him. "You too, brother." "It's good to see you safe," Doran replied. Then Elia stepped forward. "My prince," she said, kissing his hand. "Elia, your children are in the summer pool. I have no doubt that, despite how wonderful my company may be, it is theirs you would rather enjoy," he said, smiling as she returned the gesture and quickly made her way out. Doran hadn't dismissed her, and he had no issue with her being aware of some of their plans. But as a father, he understood the ache of being separated from his children, and he could only imagine how much worse that was for a mother. "My prince," the imp said, stepping forward. "Tyrion, it's a pleasure to welcome you to my home," Doran replied, only half lying. After sending for refreshments, they took their seats. Doran looked to Oberyn, waiting to see if he would dismiss the Lannister or begin to speak. It seemed to be the latter, as Oberyn turned to Tyrion and nodded. "I learned many things while in the West, brother, many surprising things. But before I get to them, I need you to read this." Oberyn handed him a letter. Doran took it and examined the writing, feeling his chest tighten. This is Elia's handwriting." "It is, brother." "Read it." Tears began to well up in Doran's eyes. Halfway through, emotions began to flow freely. His sister, his sweet sister, this couldn't be true. A hidden dragon, a hidden king. Where was he hiding? As he looked up, things started to make sense. Jaime Lannister's squiring of the boy, the remarkable things he could do, and the story that Stark had shared always irked him. But like so many others, he had believed in the man's honor. Jon Snow," he said, and Oberyn smiled. "Our nephew, brother. Our nephew lives." Nephew? What did he mean by that? This boy wasn't his blood, no matter what Elia's letter claimed. He glanced at Oberyn, who was still smiling, then at Tyrion, who was watching intently. "You've met the boy?" he asked his brother. "I have. Thanks to him, the Mountain and Lorch are dead, and thanks to him, I am alive. But there's more, brother. He has dragons. One of them is our niece." "What?" he asked, torn between disbelief and confusion. Was it because Oberyn claimed the boy had dragons or because he said one was their niece? Oberyn explained, and the more he spoke, the more fantastical the tale became. Dragons, one possessing the spirit of Rhaenys somehow inside, his niece alive as a dragon, it seemed mad to him. Yet both Oberyn and Tyrion confirmed it. The boy would be claiming the throne, with the West, North, and Reach already supporting him. With dragons, victory seemed inevitable. Doran needed to think, to process this overwhelming information. But before he had the chance, more revelation struck him. When Oberyn asked to see Kialot, he called for the Maester. He watched as his brother stood to his feet, laughing and joking with Tyrion as he moved closer to the Maester. Suddenly, he caught the man with a blow to the back of his head. Both he and Areo sprang into action, Areo's spear pointing at his brother as Doran spun around. Doran sat in his chair, his brow furrowed with confusion. "What is the meaning of this, Oberyn? What are you doing? This man is a traitor, brother. A traitor to our house, a traitor to Dorne, and a traitor to you." Oberyn's voice was charged with urgency as he began to explain the Maester's conspiracy. They sought to bring down the dragons, weaken House Targaryen, and anyone close to them. As he recounted Elia's illnesses, the horrors inflicted upon Riella, and what Kialot may have done to him, Doran felt a surge of anger rising within him. "Take him to the dungeons," he commanded his guards. Once the Maester was taken away, Doran allowed Tyrion and Oberyn to search the Maesters' quarters, trusting them to uncover whatever they deemed important. While they were gone, Doran had a moment to think. A hidden king could present both opportunities and challenges. Oberyn's view of the boy as a nephew was concerning, but if the boy felt similarly, it might keep him close, which could be advantageous. Knowing Olenna and his own ambitions, Doran suspected she was already seeking a marriage alliance to secure her support. The fact that she had given her backing likely meant she had received assurances in return. But Doran desired Martell blood on the throne. Despite Oberyn's feelings, this boy was not of their blood. No, Arianne would be queen, not a Tyrell. If the boy was unwilling to agree to a betrothal, Doran would stick to the one he had already arranged. When Oberyn and Tyrion returned several minutes later, they were carrying a few books. One, in particular, seemed to capture the dwarf's interest. Doran waited for his brother to sit down and for Tyrion to become fully engaged. Knowledge was power, and he knew that better than most. It was time for him to gain some of his own. "Tell me about my nephew, brother," he said, a smile creeping onto his face. King's Landing, 294 AC, Barristan. With Richard back in town, Barristan felt even more excited about heading to the tavern than usual. Now, he would receive even more news and stories to share. Doran felt a growing frustration with the information he received. Without the Master of Whisperers, all he got were basic updates, news that the king was well or that things were progressing. Yet, he yearned for the details that truly mattered. Fortunately, Richard, both a loyal friend and one of the king's most devoted men, always had more to share. As Doran entered the tavern and spotted Richard sitting there, he felt a surge of youthful excitement, eager to hear his friend's news. This was a fortunate meeting, especially since Doran had news of his own to share. He took a seat across from Richard, and they exchanged pleasantries, which, with Richard, always felt genuinely heartfelt. "Come, my friend, we have much to discuss," Richard said, leading Doran up the stairs. Once they entered the room, Doran was relieved to see Richard take a seat as well. This meeting promised to be longer than usual. "I'll go first. I have no doubt you're eager to hear what I'm about to tell you," Richard continued. "Most eager, my friend," Doran replied. "The king is well, Barristan, and he has another dragon," Richard announced with a smile. "Another one?" Doran asked, astonished. "I, too. Can you believe it, old friend? 2 dragons. If only Rhaegar were here to see it for himself," Richard said, beaming. Doran shook his head in disbelief. 2 dragons, his prince would have been ecstatic, especially knowing it was his son who had brought them back. "But it's not all good news, my friend. It seems the Maesters are far more devious than we realized. More and more of them wish to see the dragons fall. But our king is on their trail." Prince Oberyn and Tyrion traveled to Oldtown and discussed much. Suffice it to say, Pycelle is untrustworthy, but as of now, so are they all. "You know who?" Doran inquired. "Some of the names, yes, but there's no doubt more. We will find them, Barristan. While Oberyn and Tyrion work their way through this, my lips will speak the truth. We shall find them. They will all pay for this, I swear it," Richard vowed. Barristan interjected, "We have other issues to discuss, my friend." Robert spoke to Lady Catelyn. They wished to betroth the king's sister to Joffrey. Richard turned to Barristan. "We expected this. It's not a problem." "No, they've already agreed to it," Barristan replied. "What? Without Stark's consent?" Richard asked, incredulous. "They've covered it with a promise. The lady says she'll speak to Lord Stark himself, but I know the stag, Richard. He'll announce this soon," Barristan said, glancing at his friend, who was shaking his head in disbelief. "What else, old friend?" Richard inquired. "The lady spends a lot of time with Littlefinger. I haven't been able to hear what they discuss, but she's been here almost a week, and they spend as much time together as she does with anyone else. Oh, I know what the lady speaks of. Trust me, it's well in hand, Richard assured him. What is it, Richard? Barristan pressed, his curiosity piqued. Richard met his gaze and nodded. They mean to kill our king. They've hired a man to do it. Why do they still walk free, Richard? Why do they still breathe? Barristan demanded. Because it's for the king to deliver justice, not you or I, Richard replied, shaking his head. They mean my king harm, Richard. As a Kingsguard, it's my duty to protect him. Surely it's best done by putting them both in the ground? It's not just the two of them, the brother is involved too, perhaps even the uncle. Brynden? He would never, Richard. I refuse to believe that, Barristan said, anger flaring in his voice. He is their kin. Would he not take their side? Richard countered. You know him almost as well as I do. Do you truly think Brynden Tully is capable of such treachery? Barristan asked. No, you're right. But I may need to speak with him. I will wait for the king's response, Richard said. What about the assassin? Barristan pressed. One of my own, Barristan. He'll carry out his orders. If he fails, he won't be seen here again. You would kill one of your own? Barristan exclaimed, shocked. I would, if need be. But I hope it won't come to that. Not for this one, Bronn is far too valuable. A man for that? Bronn, the cutthroat? A good cover, is it not? Oh, don't get me wrong, he was, when I found him, a man who would cut your throat for coin without a second thought. But he's a good man, Barristan. I wouldn't trust him otherwise. Where is he now? Collecting his gold from one of the brothel keeper's men. A man's got to get paid too, after all, Richard said with a laugh. Thank the gods I ran into you when I did, Barristan said, smiling. Oh, you did the running, did you? Richard chuckled, and soon both of them were laughing together. Once their laughter subsided, they exchanged their goodbyes. Barristan was off to fulfill his duty, while Richard was likely off to attend to his own affairs. As he walked back to the Red Keep, thoughts swirled in his mind, assassins, plots, this was his future, this was life now, and he was grateful for it. Arriving at White Sword Tower, he spotted Sir Richard Horpe coming off his own duty, the man scowling as if he hadn't in quite some time. Sir Richard? Barristan called, addressing his fellow Kingsguard. Sir Barristan, a word, please. Taking a seat, Barristan waited as Sir Richard began to speak. To his dismay, he quickly learned the reason for his brother's anger. The Crown Prince had slapped his brother for no reason and pulled his sister's hair when she stood up for the boy. It could have escalated further if Sir Richard and Sir Aerys hadn't intervened, with Sir Richard telling the prince that his mother wished to see him. Now, his fellow Kingsguard feared what would happen when the Queen discovered he had used her name, realizing he had lied to the prince. For a man who had once wished to be dismissed after witnessing what this order had become, to now be so worried about that dismissal proved just how true his feelings were. Sir Richard doted on the princess, helped her in her little garden, and kept her and her brother as far from Joffrey as possible. If it came to it, Barristan thought, Sir Richard, like Sir Jaime before him, would. Doubtful, Barristan thought. Stab a king in the back. Certainly, that's the kind of king Joffrey would be. He took a deep breath to calm himself and made his way to the Tower of the Hand. As he entered, he found Lord Edmure and Lady Catelyn engaged in conversation with Jon Arryn. He waited patiently for them to leave, noting that Lady Catelyn seemed annoyed, though he couldn't quite discern the reason. Once they had departed, he stepped inside. Lord Hand, we must discuss the Crown Prince, Barristan said firmly. Not now, Sir Barristan, Jon Arryn replied, his tone dismissive. No, my Lord Hand, now it must be addressed. He struck his brother again, and his sister too. This must be brought to the king's attention, if not by you, then by me, Barristan insisted, locking eyes with the hand of the king. Jon Arryn shot him a glance that was almost angry, but it quickly shifted to something more calculating. That change troubled Barristan. However, if he was to be dismissed, he had his own king to support, so he decided to let the situation unfold. "Come with me, sire." "Back up what I say," Jon Arryn said, and Barristan nodded in agreement. When they reached the king's quarters, Barristan was surprised to find Robert sober. Even more surprisingly, the king seemed genuinely glad to see them. "Jon, Sir Barristan, come in." "I was just writing to Ned," Robert said, gesturing for them to enter. In the corner, they noticed someone sitting with quill and parchment in hand. "Tell them to leave, Your Grace." "There is something we must discuss," Jon Arryn said, his tone serious. Robert pouted for a moment before sending the girl away. "What's so important?" "I wanted to tell Ned the good news, Jon," he said as he settled into a chair. "It's about that, Robert." "We can't marry Joffrey to Lady Sansa," Jon Arryn replied. "I will not have this conversation again, Jon. I will not give the boy to the roses. He'll marry Ned's girl, and that's the end of it." "Sir Barristan, why don't you tell the king what you told me?" Standing outside the queen's chambers that night, Barristan felt an urgent need for a bath. He felt utterly unclean. Jon Arryn seemed indifferent to the prince and princess. His focus was solely on coin. "Are we really willing to condemn the Tyrells to a life of misery under a cruel prince, all for the sake of their gold?" Barristan thought to himself. Thankfully, Robert was too caught up in his own fantasies to notice anything amiss, too eager to align himself with the Starks. He had stubbornly refused to break the betrothal for any reason, despite having no agreement with the girl's father. However, he had agreed to let Lady Catelyn discuss it with his friend before making any announcements. As for Joffrey, Robert's response was simply, "Boys will be boys." He assured Barristan that he would speak with the prince and set him straight, as if that would make a difference. At least Robert had conceded that the Kingsguard could separate the prince and princess from their brother if it became necessary. For now, that would have to suffice. Barristan felt his weariness grow. How much longer would he have to remain here? How much longer would he have to wait? How much longer would the realm endure these people? Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jon noticed that both Rhaenys and Ligeron were getting far too large for his room. It wouldn't be long before they needed to be moved, especially his sister, who needed space to stretch her wings. After waking up and having breakfast, he spent some time with Joy before heading out with Loras, Cregan, Sarella, Ghost, Dusk, and his guards down to the vaults. Jors and Walder would handle the doors while Arthur joined them, carrying the cage between them. As they stepped through the doors and into the cove, Jon heard Ligeron chirp loudly, the bronze dragon eager for his first taste of freedom. His sister was quieter, more reserved, but Jon could sense her excitement as well. "Keep him close, Rhaenys. This is only a trial run," he cautioned. "Of course, little brother." "I'll keep him close," she replied with a laugh. As they opened the cage, both dragons chirped in delight. Jon watched as they took to the sky while the wolves raced around in the sand, hearing Dusk's joyful yelps. As the cheerful chirps of both dragons filled the air, Jon realized what he needed to do. He asked Sarella to keep an eye on them, promising he would return shortly, before turning to head back inside. The vaults were enormous, dark chambers, some brighter than others, and they sprawled out like a labyrinth. Jon moved from one room to another, searching for a pattern. "Arthur, what do you think?" he asked. "My king?" Arthur replied. "Could we stay here?" Jon ventured. "Jon, surely you don't mean to?" Loras said, shaking his head. "She's getting too big. She needs the space to grow, the chance to see the world. Ligeron too, and I can't leave them. I can't be apart from them." He noticed his friend beginning to understand. "Wait, you're moving down here?" Cregan asked, finally grasping what they were discussing. If Arthur thinks it can be done," Jon said, glancing at his knight. "It can be done. In some ways, it could actually be better. But you'll need to maintain appearances up top as well," Arthur explained. "The Kingsguard?" Jon inquired. "Go where the king goes," Arthur replied, and Jon nodded in agreement. They walked back down the corridors, with Arthur marking some rooms as suitable, others as not. He locked certain doors and opened others. Ultimately, Jon realized that since he was choosing to stay down here, Cregan wanted to join him, as did Loras. However, Jon reminded them that, as Arthur had said, they needed to keep up appearances above ground, at least for now. Brienne still didn't know the truth, and Jon wrestled with himself daily, pondering when and how to tell her. With the decision made, they began preparing the vaults over the next few days. Jon's room was surprisingly decent, with Sorella's room next to it and Arthur's facing them. Jors and Walder could have their own rooms if they wished. There would be space for Loras and Brienne at some point, a room for meetings, and additional rooms for storage and other purposes. When he spoke to Jaime about it, he learned that this was essentially how the Rock was formed. While Jon could stay here, he would also need to spend time in the family wing. Jon understood that appearances couldn't be merely superficial, and he agreed. Rhaenys was ecstatic, and so was Ligeron. They would finally have the freedom to fly, albeit with some restrictions. But to Jon, his sister's happiness was what mattered most. A few days later, the training session was in full swing. "Move, quicker!" Arthur shouted as Jon dodged the two men approaching him. "Left, Jon." "To the left," Jaime called out. Jon shifted his direction and spotted an opening. He thrust and spun, landing a blow across one man's thigh, narrowly avoiding a counterattack. However, the other man caught him off guard, and Jon winced at the pain of the strike. He promised himself he would learn that lesson more quickly next time. In response, Jon retaliated with a quick series of strikes, pushing his opponent back. But suddenly, his feet were swept out from under him, and he yielded when a sword was pressed against his neck. "Well done, my prince. You performed better today," Arthur said, a hint of pride in his voice. "But not good enough," Jon replied with a smirk. "Perhaps tomorrow," the other man suggested, and Jon nodded, turning to see Melisandre smiling at him. Fighting Melisandre's guards had been her idea. Initially, both Arthur and Jaime had disagreed, but eventually, they allowed him to face them one-on-one. Now, he was taking on both at once. Although he hadn't claimed victory yet, whether against one or both, he could feel himself improving. The way Melisandre smiled made him believe she saw it too. "You did well," Arthur remarked. "They fight differently than we do, but you're adapting to their style." "I don't understand how," Jon admitted. Jaime nodded in agreement. "We all have our own fighting styles, Jon. Arthur, myself, Barristan, we each have our unique ways. You'll see influences in your technique. I was trained by Arthur, and you by me. But remember, you also have your uniqueness." "Jaime's right, Jon. Embrace it. Don't resist it. When you're ready, no one will come close," Arthur encouraged. "Except for you two," Jon said with a grin. "Not even us," Arthur said, smiling. Jon shook his head. A month later, they had moved down here a couple of weeks ago. Melisandre and her guards, Arpel and Derricks, had joined them. Apart from Loras, Brienne, Joy, and the Lannisters, everyone he cared about at the Rock basically lived here now. Rhaenys and Ligeron were thriving, and according to Sarella, they were getting bigger every day. Jon especially noticed Rhaenys's growth. His sister seemed to be the happiest of all about the move. Even though some nights he couldn't sleep with them, she appeared more content here than she had ever been in his room. A part of Jon felt guilty about that, thinking he had stifled her by keeping her confined to his space. But according to her and Ligeron, this was the right time for the move. "This is when it's supposed to be, you must have felt it," Rhaenys told him. "Yes, father." "Earlier would have been bad," Ligeron added softly in his mind. "Why, son?" Jon asked. "It's not what they wished, father. We need to be ready." "Who are they?" he pressed, but Ligeron fell silent again. "Ligeron," Jon said, and he heard his dragon chirp in response. Rhaenys chirped back at him. "He's annoying." "We should have left him in the egg," Rhaenys remarked. Ligeron chirped at her, and she replied, "See? Annoying." Jon couldn't help but laugh despite himself. Moving from the vaults to the family wing and back was challenging. Simply finding the right times to do so without raising questions was difficult. In the end, he found himself waking up even earlier and going to bed even later. The fatigue became something he adjusted to, although Daisy insisted he start taking naps during the day. "It's bad enough that I'm tired all the time and can't sleep because of my discomfort." "I won't have it with you too, Jon," she said one morning as he yawned while breaking their fast. "Sleepy Jon, so sleepy," Joy teased, leaning into him as she ate, and he looked at her with a smile. Jon exaggerated a yawn and laughed. "Really? You too, after everything I've done for you, traitor," he said with a smirk as she stuck her tongue out at him. "You need your beauty sleep, Jon. I mean, you really do. Look at these eyes. We can't have them looking like this, I tell you. No to bed, I say," Joy declared. As amusing as it was to hear her impersonate Jenna so perfectly, what came next was even funnier. "Lady Joy Hill, how dare you? I do not sound like that," Jenna exclaimed as she entered the room. She glanced at Jon, seeking rescue. He rolled his eyes and pretended to turn away, but when he felt her hand on his arm, he knew he had to step in. "It was my fault, Lady Jenna. We were just playing a game," he said, and Joy let out a huge sigh of relief. "You, young man, are too old for games. And you, young lady, are not as clever as you think. You may have this one wrapped around your fingers, but I know your tricks," Jenna replied. Jon had to admire Joy. She held back her laughter well, at least until Jenna left the room. "That was the best one yet," Joy said, nearly doubled over with laughter once Jenna was gone. That night, Jon felt strange as he prepared for bed. It wasn't fatigue he felt, it was more like a need to be in bed. As he lay down, he noticed Ligeron watching him while Rhaenys was already asleep. He reached out with his mind, but the dragon didn't let him in. Closing his eyes, he swore he felt Ligeron wishing him sweet dreams. Whether it was true or not, he was asleep in moments. Suddenly, he found himself in a large, circular room filled with books. Men in gray robes, wearing chains, entered. Maesters, this could only mean he was at the Citadel. Anger surged within him as he moved toward them. He reached out, but his hand passed through the nearest man as if he weren't there at all. They began to grab books and papers, pouring drinks. Jon tried to memorize their faces, determined to see. Jon couldn't recognize any of the men around him, they all looked the same. "What news?" one of them asked. "It seems the dragon may have another spawn on the way," came the reply. "How? What does it matter? We cannot allow it to be born, can we?" "No. Have Pycelle deal with it." The voices blended together, making it difficult for him to identify who was speaking and who was responding. Yet, the conversation felt significant. "Perhaps this won't require our intervention. A simple word may be enough," one suggested. Jon realized he hadn't seen the whole picture, something was missing. "No, we must be sure. The child cannot live." "What about the mother?" "She is of no consequence. Though, if she falls too, all will be for the best." Jon's anger surged. How dare they speak of his grandmother in such a way? He vowed to find them, to make them pay, even if it took the rest of his life. He found himself in a building, surrounded by screams. Dragon banners adorned the walls as he moved toward the sound. He heard a woman cry out, "No, Ares, no, please." He quickened his pace, spotting two men standing before him. Their white cloaks flowed behind them, one older, with graying hair and a beard, the other younger, neither of whom he recognized. He approached the door, hearing the woman scream again. He looked back at the men, who stood motionless, showing no sign of compassion. "Please, Ares, my husband is my servant. What care I for him? Now do as your king bids." The screams continued, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't enter, couldn't save her, whoever she was. Suddenly, he soared through the air on the back of a bronze dragon, flying higher and higher. He looked down at the lands he knew well, colors that felt familiar. He was in the west, he was home. The rock loomed in front of him, and Jon smiled as the dragon landed on the highest point, taking residence there. He found himself beside a girl he recognized. "Ray," he said, smiling. He looked at his sister, who was his age but slightly smaller. Just seeing her filled his heart with joy. "Come, brother. A dragon is being born," she urged, leading him down the familiar halls of the family wing, the place he had called home for 5 years or more. She was taking him to Jaime's room. As they approached, he heard the sound of crying. He saw a small blonde boy and girl clinging to each other, tears streaming down their faces. Craylan stood nearby, shaking his head, while a tall, balding man shouted in horror at the sight of the blood-stained corpse of the woman lying in the bed. Jon stepped into the room and caught sight of the babe in the crib. He noticed the child's stunted legs and mismatched eyes. "Look, Jay, a dragon," he heard Rhaenys exclaim.